भाई अब से एक रूल बना दो, जैसे मैच हारेंगे वैसे छोड़ देंगे, मतलब उसके बाद से खेलना स्टार्ट नहीं करेंगे।
तो दिन का एक ही मैच हो जाएगा वैसे खेले तो।
मेरे एक्सपी है, चलो ठीक है। अरे वाह, 3 और 2 का है भाई। एक्सपी लिया भाई, लॉर्ड्स ऑफ शैडो, लॉर्ड ऑफ शैडो।
Please ban a hero.
कल बहुत टाइम बाद वेलो खेला था और बहुत ही अच्छा खेलने आया। मैंने आइजो खरीदा कल ही, पहले ही मैच में 16 किल आए थे। 12 खेलता भी नहीं होता। मिथिक ग्लोरी में हार गया बैन है।
भाई 2 बहनों सेम ही है यार। अरे नहीं नहीं, ये मैं मत कर सकता, पागल क्या? मुझे कल फर्स्ट पिक तो नहीं है, क्या करना है?
हमारा ही बैन है
कल ही करना है
ना मत कर।
क्या करो लूकस?
हाँ नहीं तो
मांगे पड़ता हूँ, मुझे
The
दिक्कत
enemy
है।
is picking.
देखो तो लेना मैं भी हाँ ज़्यादा दिक्कत है। हाँ भाई मरता नहीं है ना, और लेट गेम साला इतना हट 10 से 12 मिनट में अल्टी मारते रहते हैं।
If you wanna be a wonder, baby, come and show it. Tell me what you feel in your heart and your soul. There's nothing I would take.
Blueberries and butterflies, baby I know
At
Please pick a hero.
भाई इस पे है प्लेजर्स को,
My tail's been itching for a real fight.
मिड लेन शो कर भाई, जो भी लेता तो मिड लेन देख देख क्या है।
Let's play together.
The enemy is picking.
Let's play together. हाँ अरे मैं ग्रेंजर लेने वाला था, ग्रेंजर लेने दोनों ले लिया हमने। इन्वेड, हाँ लिंक पे भी इन्वेड। अरे हाँ भी
And be my slave.
If you cannot both.
It's my way or the highway.
ये भाई एक्सपी ले ले कोई सस्टेनेबल। हाँ ये बढ़िया बढ़िया, ले 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 नहीं ले ज़्यादा बढ़िया। अरे सन का काउंटर डाला, अरे फक मैं सोचा ही नहीं मैंने।
The enemy is picking.
मेरे को बात तो भी मार लेगा, मार लेगा शेर शेर शेर।
Forward if you have a death wish.
हेलो कार्ड भी ले लिया उसने। हनाबी को काउंटर कौन करेगा वो आइटम।
ग्रेंजर भी ले लिया, अरे माँ को सेबर का कुछ भी।
Please pick a hero.
क्या क्या
गालू
लौड़ा
बताओ गालू।
थोड़ा कहता है वो, देख लो यार, मैं भी क्या बता। देख लो अपने आप से जो तुम्हें बढ़िया लग रहा है, जो तुम्हें आता है बढ़िया बेस्ट। ऐसे मारोगे इसको
Sanjo.
सांजो ले तो लिया तुमने, सांजो ही मारोगे इसको। मैं स्किन भी स्वैप कर दूंगा भाई। मुझे स्किन क्यों नहीं है एक्सैक्टली? सर्च माय नेम इन गूगल। आओ गूगली। ले बेटे क्रश। ओह नाइस। तुम ब्रश भी करते हो?
सब करते हैं भाई। अब ये मत बोलना सब नहीं करते लक्ष्मण, सब नहीं करते।
यस
तो भाई के टॉप 10
5 seconds.
till the enemy reaches the battlefield. Smash them. All troops
टीम
deployed.
से निकाल दें नंबर 1 उसको बोले लोड़े तू तो छाटू खेलता है और उस टीम से निकाल दिए इससे उसको लगेगा कि आप तो बन गए हो अरे मैं नींद में
In the way of a ninja.
Request backup.
बाप रे भाई खुद सही से बढ़ गया अरे यार और रिकॉल हो रहा है
साइड पे आएगा अगले
वेव को मिस आउट करते हैं यार
Is the way.
हम जाऊंगा ना ये मैं हील तो है ही मैं क्यों जा रहा हूँ मैं बैठे बैठे हील कर सकता हूँ अब तो मेरा बंदे हैं मैं तो छोटे रेंज की वाली बस आना पे एरिया डैमेज ना लग जाए मेरे को
Clear up lanes.
Every club has a field of
कौन मर गया है कॉलेज पे हो गया ना
that shadow will pierce you.
इधर पे आओ
देते रहो विजन देते रहो
जल्दी आओ उसका बंदा आ गया मार देगा वो
Slain the turtle.
मत लग
Into a throne.
बॉटम देखो रे
Shadow.
सन की भी लिंडा गोल्ड ले गया भाई सन तेरा फार्म ही नहीं है सन क्या कर रहा है तू 1700 गोल्ड साले का
It's not about me. It's about you.
Initiate retreat.
My belief carried me here. It shall carry me further.
अरे मत मार क्यों मारे आ रही है चीज
Has been slain.
पैसिव एक्टिव कर दे साला
मारे आ रही उसके अल्ट में मारे आ रही मेरे को भाई यार आधे से आधा एचपी पूरे एचपी खत्म कर दिए इसने यार अल्ट मार रही है अपनी महंगो अल्ट में मेरे को जोड़े लोग लेकिन अब इसका अल्ट वेस्ट कर जाती है यार इनको नहीं पता होता तो ये खेलते हैं लोग चंगे खेलूंगी चंगे
Let me clear the way, my master.
The enemy has slain the turtle.
क्यों हो गया?
In the shadows, I seek light.
क्या कर रहे हैं अपना मीच?
सिम्बा मर गई है।
Betrayal.
MLBB जा रही है गति। अटैक स्पीड से क्या बोलूं? वो मिड से भी फार्म ले लिया यार, मिड से जो ले रहा है। हाँ
In the shadows, I seek light. Betrayal must be paid back.
तो सही आ गया।
अबे आजा मीच ऊपर आजा।
हाय सच्ची कुड़े दसा तेरे नखरे दा तोड़ आशिक बनाया सानू लाई कादी लोर
Let me clear the way,
तेरा
my
बड़े मार
master.
ਜਾਂਦਾ ਏ ਨੀ सानू दस ਜਾਂਦਾ गल मंदी चलू ओ गब्बरू ने बिल्लो केड़े चक्करा सच्ची तैनू समा दा तेरा
किल भी ले गए मेरा किल ले गए भाई यार ये। वहां से फार्म क्यों ले रहे हो यार?
ते जुल्फाना फिरे
पता नहीं पूरा ले गए भयंकर। और ये तो इनको फार्म मिलने भी नहीं आता, तब भी मेरा गोल्ड ले आ रहे हैं, पता नहीं इंसान यार। क्या मैं व्हाट इज का भयंकर? मेरे से हो नहीं रहा है, जबरदस्ती मेरा फार्म लेके आ रही है। पूरे स्टिकर ले गया यार भयंकर। Your gameplay is poor मतलब पकड़। Your gameplay is poor। फ्री फार्म तेरा पूरा लुका दिया। फिर ले गई यार, इसको तो मैं मार दूंगा जान से। गोल्ड नहीं ले मेरी भयंकर, अपना 9 लेवल हो गया इतना कटने के बाद। मैं थ्रो कर रहा हूँ।
अरे यार अभी तक खत्म नहीं होता।
मैं करूँगा नहीं, मरो भाई मरो, नहीं बचाऊंगा।
फोटोआं ते पावे जो स्टोरियां है दिल करे तैनू बार बार तक ला किते होना जावे नहीं इस गल तो डरा सोनिए मैं दिल च लगा के रख ला जियां लिखता च तेरा ही
सारे महीने वे प्ले कर देना मैं यार।
तेरा ही फिक्र जेड़ा बचदा सी दिल
अब बताओ और भी नहीं आना।
सी जो मारी गोरी है ये सच्ची उदो दिस दे सितारे गोरी है ओ संग जीत
The shadow will pierce you.
हलंग दीने अख सी जो मारी गोरी सच्ची उदो दिस दे सितारे
Your innermost
देखो वो ऊपर लड़ रहे यार, सारे गोल्ड ले जाना मेरा। मार मेरे को दिक्कत नहीं है।
my belief turns rugged terrain into authority.
I just wanna have it, I just gotta have it. It is all around, say your body is fantastic. All natural, not a piece of love plastic. Head to the toe, yeah, they say that she's alive. Yeah, the world's on the ground, so she has her reputation. Don't believe it till I see it, so I want a demonstration. And I've always been better with the hands-on education. So I need a
बिल बनाया कहाँ से
I don't give a fuck, मेरे को को फर्क ही नहीं पड़ता भाई सच में।
that only makes it better, and it's got me so
बीच में बैठा हूँ, मार देता हूँ, मैं नहीं मिला उसके बाद।
We still stand a chance.
I will be the Akakage.
Keep an eye.
My belief carries me here. It shall carry me further.
I heard you like to get away.
कोई भी नहीं है बिल्ड के बिना आई मिलता संतुष्ट है
I heard you had a couple boyfriends. I heard they didn't treat you right. I heard you're hated by your girlfriend. Cause all the guys want you tonight.
My only way
They say she's too hot. They say she's too cold. Where she came from, nobody really knows. They say she's too strong, but since she acts old, from everything I've heard, she gets out of control. And all the boys say she was sent from the heavens, but I'm not too sure that the girl she's a blessing. Cause she got those eyes and they'll cut you like a weapon. She's stuck in my mind like a bad obsession. Got bad intentions.
चल भाई हार गए नहीं खेल रहे
Listen to shockingly good podcasts on the YouTube Music app.
Heartbeats fast, colors and promises. How to be brave? How can I love when I'm afraid to fall? Watching you stand alone, all of my doubt suddenly goes away somehow. One step closer. I have died every day waiting for you, darling. Don't be afraid. I have loved you for 1,000 years. I love you for 1,000 Time stands still, beauty in
Piyush
all
bhai.
she
Oh, Piyush bhai.
is. I will be brave. I will not let
बोलो भाई
ये बच्चे लोग के साथ इसलिए नहीं खेलते ये बच्चे लोग भाई
तो फिर हक गया होगा
मैं कहांगा मिनियन मिनियन करके रोता रहता है कृष्णा मैं तो MVP था दूसरी का
I have died every day waiting for you, darling.
भाई आइडियाज का 2580 कितना स्टैक होता है?
Things are right, you just know. There's something in your eyes that brings me home.
Welcome to Mobile Legends! 5 seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield. Smash them! All troops deployed!
Time to set off on this long-awaited journey. Replenishing my...
Enemy has been slain!
I found freedom I sought. First!
An enemy has been slain! Ally has been slain!
Our bond feels familiar.
Been destroyed.
She said we've become like her.
Our turret is under attack. An enemy has been slain.
Wherever this journey may take us.
So scary.
Yeah.
I mean, in situations where you think, all right, this looks like a team fight that Dewa United are supposed to lose, Octa on his signature Lunox just throws that entire idea out the window and is able to hone on himself. It's insane. I think the Lunox is a big pick for Dewa.
It's a pick that allows you to do so many things. It allows you to be aggressive in the early game due to the sustain. You're effective from level 1 to level 2 immediately. And in the late game, you can do a lot of damage, but you can also be relatively secure due to the Brilliance Order. Looking at the King's DNA, because he was an ex-RRQ player here, #1 mid laner total kill in MPLID Season 15. Like we mentioned earlier, this isn't a pattern we've seen that often. Nowadays, the gold lane is where the kills are piling up on. The mid lane is a bit more of an enabler. It's a bit more of a softener to allow that gold lane to really shine. But for Dewa in particular, this mid lane is an aggressive avenue of their own. So that is something that Altrigo needs to be very careful of. And as you can see for Hijumage here, #1 mid laner total assist in MPLID Season 15. On an aggressive team like Altrigo, as you can see, the mage, the mid lane, becomes more of an assist machine.
Yeah, we've seen him doing well on the Selena. I think that was imperative to some games that we've seen throughout, like #2 from Alter Ego, being able to assist those kills, give them over to Rin, give them over to Highs previously. But it's not Highs in the gold lane, which is Yet again, another big question for Alter Ego today as we take a look at the keys to victory by the Samsung Galaxy S25 series.
For Dewa, don't get dictated by Alter Ego's war tempo, and the high pace, kill-oriented strat there, and get comfort picks for maybe an Octa. Beatrix and Lunox, like we mentioned, are good. The Beatrix in particular can allow them to play that pick-off heavy style as well. If they want to really use Mueza in that aggressive, playmaking potential, then burst damage becomes something they can really utilize to get a lead over Alter Ego. But for Alter Ego themselves, prove that RP is talented, not just a psychopath. I feel like that joke translates better in Indonesian, but along with that, if you want to win, forget the Fedrin and exploit Rin's assassins, right? Get that mobility, get that dive potential, and adapt well in the mid to the late game, especially when they're behind. Make sure that they have a good idea from the coaching staff how to really slow things down and look for that comeback opportunity as long as the game goes on in the late game.
By the way, that's Code Delwin's Red App username, CEO Kopat Alter Ego.
You guys see? Did you guys see earlier when we were talking about, well, before the players made their entrance, when we saw the player rooms, Alter Ego were in a video call with the Alter Kage himself. He wants to win today, man. These guys, these Genins, might not get a chance to go and tune in up.
I'm wondering whether those were words of affirmation.
No, he's
or
more of an
just
active service guy.
slander.
He's more of an active service.
Active service.
You need them to win. That's a service.
But it looks like Alter Ego is a first pick kind of team, having a better win rate on blue side. What do you think about that?
And on the blue side, they have a chance to really pressure in the drafting phase, so that could be the idea. I think you can immediately assume from that choice that they have an idea on what they want as a first pick. Some prio picks for sure here. And with both these teams being aggressive, I guess the jungler, as always, becomes something that can be contested. Because with the jungler, especially get a really meta jungler right now, the meta junglers can do an assorted amount of different things, And if you're forced into some of the maybe A-tier jungler, but not S-tier junglers, then you can kind of be read out more easily in the drafting phase. So that could be the idea here for Alter Ego.
What is the S-tier jungler right now?
Joy. Fanny.
Still Joy.
Yeah.
Oh, Fanny.
Fanny, if you can use it. Joy, Haya, those are the three that make it to the top three.
Because uniquely enough, we haven't been seeing a lot of those this week in particular. We've seen Lings.
Joy and Fanny have been banned out mostly.
All right, let's see, ladies and gentlemen, drafting phase. Game number 1, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy S25 series. There it is, the Fanny and the Joy banned out. Suyo as well. So that's 4 actually jungle bans for this match. Plus a Matilda.
Fanny, Matilda, and the Suyo. So already gearing for the Joy, but as we mentioned earlier, on the side of Dewa themselves, 2 junglers as well. Final pick right here. Is it gonna be? I was thinking a macro tool.
Wow.
The Lo Yi comes in. The chip is the one left open. See if Alter Ego have any inclination to pick that first.
Kalea is also up for grabs. They're gonna go for the Harith instead. Usually when they have highs on their team, I would expect the Harith to be first pick. I'm not too sure about Arfi here. Picking a hero for the Genin, the rookie of Alter Ego. This gives Dewa a lot to play with. They haven't played Chip before. I think Kalea should be the best choice for them.
Kalea right here for Dewa. He's gonna go for that. I mean, it's great, and we've seen it first pick before, but it also kind of locks in their playstyle, makes it a bit more predictable. I wonder if they want to do something a bit more confusing, or do they want to just go with that, straightforward approach and just go straight for that Kalea and get some more burst damage, perhaps, to really complement it?
There are no shortcuts.
What?
Oh no.
Chip debut for Dewa United. I mean, the keys to victory for Dewa earlier on was a pick-off hero. Technically, the Chip is a pick-off hero, but it's not as straightforward in terms of execution. Meanwhile, one of the surrounding questions of Dewa United and their gameplay is and are their execution.
It takes a lot of coordination to make this pick work. And I don't know if Dewa have that right now. Coordination. Well, the right amount at least.
And we'll see what they can do with it, because they're coming with the Phobias right now. It's going to allow them to brawl a lot more efficiently. But on top of that, Now, I mean, Alter Ego can take their jungler pick first, whatever's left in the pool right now. And Dewa, without a solid, reliable jungler, the chip just isn't as scary of a threat. And looking at it, Gatot and Kimi from Alter Ego, taking away the Kimi technically from Octa. Interesting choice.
So it's a denied pick, but it also is a lot of... Whoa, that's a cool... That's cool. Is that new? I haven't seen that.
Yeah, that is new. We didn't see it yesterday. It's not Lucas, folks. It's Naruto.
It's Naruto. That's pretty sick. But back to Alter Ego, that's double magic damage, and we know who is going where. So there's not a lot of flex aside from the Gatot. What do you think about that?
I feel this might be setting up for some kind of physical assassin jungler, but that's the problem right here. Now Dewa can kind of limit those down after picking up the Lucas as well. They were going to be looking for a straight front to back, and that will be fine without the chip for Alter Ego. The fact is with the Kimi and the Harris, they don't really mind going for that brawl style, but now if the Kimi gets flanked by the Lucas of all things, there's a real good chance that that backline from Alter Ego can get immediately deleted. So now Dewa, reading into the intentions of Alter Ego, are banning away the physical assassin junglers, trying to make sure that Alter Ego are forced to stack on that magical damage. And so the fighters, these beefy members of Dewa United, can just stack on the magical resistance and win out the fights just by out-sustaining that damage.
This is really good for Alter Ego, though. I like it. Yesterday, we saw that, I think for BTR, they went for the Kimi first pick. They went for the Valentina. Usually, we don't really see that, especially without... Oh, wait up! We got a legend in the building! Sally Boy, the Miracle Boy!
And Kayas!
And Kayas, yeah. Oh, my...
Where's the baby?
Elzard.
Probably at home.
Elzard.
It's too
He named
loud.
his child after a Chelsea legend.
Is that
Eden
a bad
Hazard.
thing or a good thing?
He's pretty good.
But that's a respect
Since he's
type
here,
moment.
I gotta pay my respects, you know? If he's not here, maybe I'll throw some shade to Chelsea, but it's okay. Since he's here, we gotta play nice.
I see. Very cordial of you, Mirko. But Dewa United, nothing cordial about that assassin selection there. Ling and the Hanzo. Now for Alter Ego, they're gonna be a Farsa. So they're trying to limit the burst potential. Because if Alter Ego can now get a physical damage jungler and another big frontline tool, then there's a chance I can kind of outplay this. They already have the AOG to deal with the chip dive, per se. So let's see. Dewa United making the first move here.
What did you say about the Valentina earlier?
It was me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Valentina Kimi, you don't pick it up instantly because you want to utilize the Kimi flex pick. But in this position, they go Harith, and then they pick up Gatot Kacha, and then the Kimi. So by taking away these two mage carries away, you're kind of forcing Dewa United to play with a physical goal laner, right? And maybe in the mid lane, you're not the Kimi. Gatot does really, really well. So they've taken two heroes that do really well against the Gatot, forcing Dewa to play physical against the Gatot, which is good.
Which is Irithel now.
Yeah, it's a really good kind of forced error from Alter Ego, I would say, in the draft.
You have to remember though, the Gatot Kacha, especially if it's in the...
Whoa! Oh my
lord! After the buff as well, ladies and gentlemen, a lot more efficient when he calls in his horse and gets on mount. Wow.
And they go Valentina.
I can't believe it survived the banning phase. Yes, you want to ban Ling, Hanzo, but is it really more valuable than banning out the Valentina? Wait, Kimi!
Valentina XP, right?
Okay, there you go. Dewa thought there was no way that Valentina could show up because
of the Kimi pick.
Of the Kimi pick, but this is a jungle Lucas. The Valentina. First turtle will be good. Oh yeah, I mean, I think it still works. It's still really good for Alter Ego.
I mean, in our own ranked games, Mirko, we've seen that the Valentina can take the Sacred Beast form, but the Lucas damage still is something to really deal with here. Oh, and the Lunox here as a final pick for Dewa. I feel like this is going to be a showdown in the jungle, man. It's a brawl.
Playboy back in the day, Alucard as well, Lancelot, the Miracle Boy making miracles out of these crazy picks. The Leomord looks bad. A lot of people will say this is epic, but the Leomord is the closest thing to Lucas. Like, obviously, than a Valentina. Valentina can steal the ult, but that's another Lucas technically with the horse.
So they have
it's
two.
a battle of
Exactly.
ults in the neutral objective battle.
Level 4 will be very, very important. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get into the first game in this best of 3 series between Alter Ego and Dewa. We have Octa back on his ninja ways with the Lunox and the Leomord debut pick here in MPL ID. Will it work out? Let's see how both teams execute their game plan.
It's gonna be Alter Ego basically trying to win with the numbers. Gonna get Barbiel in the picture as well, Leomord's horse. It's another extra member they have at their disposal. But like Mirko mentioned, most likely all the big brawls are gonna happen in the neutral objective. It's all gonna come down to the execution of Moeza on that chip. Can he find the right targets? Can Alter Ego respawn as well and shut down that threat? Looking at the emblems here, Firmness and the Festival of Blood for Nino on the Valentina. So already a more sustained-oriented build. Let's see how that laning phase goes up, matches up against the Phobias. Along with that, Barrack Hunter for the Kimi and the Harith. So Alter Ego definitely looking for more of the item power spikes before they attempt anything too big scale.
Both junglers are also on killing spree here.
Yeah, they're both trying to go aggressive as much as possible. I mean, Ray, especially on the fighter, wants to do a lot of that big burst damage. He can proc that. He can proc it really easily, and then use the extra movement speed to really chase down the prior targets. Again, the same thing can be said for Rin on the Leomord, but I feel like Leomord has a lot more built-in crowd control, so he really isn't as reliant on it as Ray on that Lucas.
Super excited to see that first team fight happening, and I think also we need to take into consideration of the factor that Moeza is on the chip. We haven't seen Dewa United utilize this chip just yet. So again, this level 4 spike is going to be very telling to how things really progress. Rin already at level 4, already on the neutral objective actually.
Yep.
First setup from Alter Ego.
This is the thing that we mentioned, right? Yeah, so much control with two ult. Oh! Rez with the flicker forward, getting Hijume, forcing him to flicker out. Now it's getting the Phantom Steed from Rin. Oh! Decimated Rez! Still able to get some damage, but gets sliced down by the man on Barbiel. Rin, first blood. Now, Sacred Beast, Nino has it too! AOG! Ray able to dash away, Nino coming in as well. Octa able to find Hijume in the back there, but it's gonna be Nino! Who jumps in, taking Naruto down with his own Ninetales.
All right, trades happening here. That's a neutral objective over.
Flicker, crash course, a kill back for Octa. That's 2 on the board. Moeza taken down. Now Rez. The fight has lasted so long. He can come back in, and Octa gets 3 at the end of the day.
3-for-3 trade at the end, plus Alter Ego are the ones to get the neutral objective. However...
Oh, a full kick down below Arfi. The Genin getting bullied.
Was that worth it? Now for Alter Ego.
I think overall it's still worth it. They do want that brawl style. They're able to get kills onto Rin, but overall getting the turtle is the main big thing there. But with Dewa responding immediately with that shortcut gank, that definitely kind of equals this out. As we take a look at the talent prediction here by the new application GoPay, as always, man, consistently, Pa Fulong.
Versus the world, versus everybody. The only one to vote Dewa United in this matchup. We'll see whether or not he's correct. Last week he's been correct quite a lot. Octa goes for another kill.
He knows Nino has no flicker. That forces Nino back away. Dream to the bottom lane. Good immobilization. Sacred Beast used up into the AOG. Gunned down by Hijume with the Phantom Steed. Dreams of the big bomb. Moeza sliced down by Rin, who's on a killing spree.
Good play there to immediately try and punish the purple buff rotation from Dewa United. And honestly, Alter Ego, again, they do have the fighting power right here, and for them, there's a huge benefit in getting all these kills in the hands of Rin. This is a hero that we've seen do really well with the snowballs, and if he is the cleanup guy, if he's not the guy in the front, the Leomord has an extra bit of his passive allows him to crit more on low HP opponents, so he can really play cleanup really, really well. Whereas for Dewa United, Octa, as always, can be a main carry, but he really isn't as active, and he's not going to be as present as Leomord in a lot of these small skirmishes across the map.
Speaking of Leomord, we have a game fact here by GoPay, as this marks Leomord's debut since Season 14, I believe, in the hands of Kyrie when they won against BTR. The fact that he's resurfaced back, is it... Wait, there you go.
Phantom Steed coming in with the crash course as well. Rin still able to win the rectory battle. Ray unable to get it down, and now he gets chain CC'd in the back. Nino doesn't even need the Sacred Beast. Mueza's gonna get gunned down. It's a double for Arfi. Octa 5-0, all the kills on him. But it's Alter Ego with the lead.
1-for-3 trade, plus the neutral objective as well. Alter Ego need one more for that perfect turtle stat. That's a lot of damage.
Oh, brilliance. Nino wants to go for it. Decides against it though. In the end, Arfi in the bottom lane will get a turret.
This is a 2,000 gold lead now built in by Alter Ego.
Yeah, and again, they do want to have all these brawls as much as possible, especially later on when Arfi gets involved. Already 2-1 here on the Harriet. Looking pretty good as far as scaling goes. Already with the Starlium, kind of building for the Feather of Heaven, potentially, and then later on the Holy Crystal. But all three are doing a great job picking the fight to Dewa so that Mueza isn't really finding a lot of time to really go around and look for these vulnerabilities in the formation of Alter Ego. He hasn't been able to go into the jungle to find Rin or go to the side lanes to get one of those side lanes ahead in the 1-2-1. And look at this, Mueza once again chased away. So all three are the ones having a lot of control. And Octa, again, can do a lot of damage. But for the most part, the way the Lunox works is that you're going to be able to just burst one person down. Afterwards, you don't really have that big AoE to really shut down the whole team. So Dewa has to be a bit more careful, because it looks like it's only a 2k gold lead, but if Octa gets zoned out or gets taken out from the fight, that means that the gold disparity is just way higher than it seems at first glance.
Yeah, they lose their one win con.
Oh my lord, forcing a Brilliance out already in the mid lane. No ult for Octa. And the turtle is about to spawn, the third one. Down below, Mueza setting up for a gang. Phantom Steed, Rin is gonna try to run him down. No turret there, Nino looking for the play. We'll be able to go for the Sacred Beast too. Uh-oh! Mueza, I'm not too sure if you want the smoke, baby. AOG coming down with a shortcut as well. Rin able to escape right now. Rin is going to be taken very low. Ray taken out by Dreams. Rin able to escape, but that's going to be the flicker from Rez to take the kill back. Meanwhile, Nino still buying so much time in the back. 1v3, flickering out the safety as Arfi gets rid of Rez. Maybe pulls back into Arfi. Hijume just throwing the shots to zone the two Dewa members away.
Yeah, they trade 3 members for Rin only. Granted, of course, they don't have a retribution, but he should be able to get up just fine. So in terms of calculations and in terms of what they lost in that, I feel like Alter Ego still come out on top.
I think most definitely so. They were setting up for that fight. They put Mueza behind Alter Ego and tried to go for that pinch, but Alter Ego just brute forced them out of the fight there. Nino still has a Secret Beast form, and you can see, even with the threat of the flank coming in from Mueza, Alter Ego are just ignoring it. They know they have the brawling potential right now. And the fact, hang on a second.
Back, gun down. The Ninetales is a Ninetailing right now. Will be able to get the Tilt Beast Bomb down and secures his orange buff. But this is a very weak, maybe early on Naruto, 0-4.
Yes, looking at the early season Naruto, not really having too much to kind of do in a lot of these big fights. And again, Alter Ego are doing such a great thing in zoning away the main damage tools of Dewa. In that fight earlier, Dreams had the Radiant Armor completed already, and they sent him with a solo of Revitalize to just zone Octa and take that damage and make sure that he can't output that damage onto the other members that matter a bit more, like Rin, like Arfi. And if Alter Ego are playing the fights like that, then Dewa has a real big problem right now, because they're not the ones dictating who they're jumping on. And if they're going to be forced to output all of their damage onto the Gatot, then Alter Ego can take that and instead do a lot more AoE with the Valentina, with the Kimi and the Harriet, and take down Dewa all together as a unit.
Yeah, that's why Nino on the Valentina has been super effective as well. Look at that damage.
Ooh. Dude, when you have to use Ninetales just to escape, you're in deep trouble.
Alter Ego are snowballing absolutely out of control right now. It looks like they also have control over the purple buff. Absolutely no say coming from Dewa. Mueza though.
Wow, he just gets away there. Everybody has... Oh no. Dewa, they've taken a teleport to their own demise. Maybe we'll be unstoppable. We'll be Arfi's unstoppable. Octa able to run away. Rez will be fed to Alter Ego as a sacrifice.
Fed to the Sharks there. Wow. That's why we were questioning the chip pick coming in from Dewa. We haven't seen the chip come through for them. Gave them the benefit of the doubt, but it's not working. Simply put, it's not working for them.
This is the lack of proper engage right there. The fact is, for Alter Ego, almost everyone on their team has a way to kind of make distance away from that shortcut play. So they have to try and get into a position that's like so detrimental and have someone else to really lock everyone down. Because even Rez went into the shortcut to try and catch Hijime there, but with a flicker, immediately the whole plan just falls apart.
Boom. AOG, an entrance just to zone them. And wow, this is just a stompy stomp right now.
It's looking pretty bleak now for Dewa. Considering if we're looking at items, I think we'll see it shortly. Holy Crystal already built in for Arfi, who we haven't really quite mentioned so far. That's how dominant the rest of the members from Alter Ego have become. He's sitting at 5-1-1.
And he's definitely doing a great job here using that mid-game Hareth power spike. Already at the 3-item power spike, that's really that. He was really doing so well even before that 5-1 right here. So now with the Holy Crystal, you can imagine the amount of damage that Dewa has to kind of deal with at the moment. And again, there's just so many more threats available for Alter Ego, and now they make a play for the base.
Forward defense already proc down below. Octa gets rid of the Lord. All three Holy Defenses are already used up. Wes is looking for a flank, but I'm not too sure about this. Again, AOG into the back line right now. Alter Ego looking to play onto the turret. It will be Dreams with the Revitalize. Able to sustain for so long. Rez jumps in again. Mueza in the back pops in the shortcut, but the shortcut is of no use if Alter Ego are the ones diving. Ray taken very low, still able to sustain up. Octa against everyone, jumping in. Brilliance from Octa. Can he do it? He gets one. He's godlike. 7-0-1, but it's still a win for Alter Ego as they've cracked the base open.
7-0-1, but he's the only one standing on all these kills. Maybe and Ray are just out of the fight completely here. So far behind when it comes to the gold. Here the battle emotes for MPL ID available in the shop, but Alter Ego are basically emoting on Dewa at this point. They have no requirement to really commit in some of these fights. They can use Hijime as a harassment tool, as a kiting tool, and they are the ones forced to continuously overextend. Even there, in that base fight, Mueza went for the flank and Alter Ego said, yeah, go for it. Who cares? We're gonna brawl you, we're gonna plant our feet and brawl you head to head, and we're gonna come out on top. And they kind of try to do it again right now with a purple buff, trying to deny it away from Ray.
This is for sure a take from Alter Ego once again. Arfi on top of the Holy Crystal already has the Divine Glaive as well. Back to that point earlier with Mueza on the chip, it looked like there was a moment of hesitation as well when he opened that portal. So again, we're seeing hesitation in their game plan, hesitation in committing into a certain sort of strategy. And Alter Ego are a team that can capitalize over that. Look at the tempo that they're setting right now. Look at the way that they're pushing the pressure onto Dewa. But as we get into the later stage, now that neutral objectives are all out other than the Lord, do you think the chip could turn things around for Dewa?
At this point, it has to be some kind of split push maneuver here, using the chip shortcut as a tool for Dewa. But Alter Ego have so many engages available to them, right? Dreams can engage, Rin can engage, Nino and Hijime can also technically engage, especially with Dewa having a Phobius in the lineup. It's just an immobile Phobius without a Mathilda. So the moment that they feel like they have to commit, Alter Ego can pull the trigger immediately.
Brave trying to go for the Retribution. Rez with a flank in the back as well with the flicker and the shortcut. Everything used in the kitchen sink. Ray able to find RP in the midst of the team fight without his Purify. Now it's Hijime who gets dove on. It's backline for backline as Octa's able to survive, but maybe even on his Sakati won't be able to survive the onslaught of damage. Octa gets away just barely. Rin's on the chase against Rez. Wow, he just got stabbed. He got shanked in the streets.
2-for-2 trade so far. The Lord is still marching down, though, in the bottom side of the map, with Nino and Rin still holding strong. It looks like they're still going to go for it.
Uh-oh, Rin has the Phantom Seed. Ooh, forcing out the Brilliance before using the Phantom Seed. Now he gets on the Phantom Seed and dives onto Octa. Shortcut, not too sure what it's for. Mueza gonna be taken very low. Octa jumps in onto Dreams, was able to bait out so much time. Nino on it, Hijime just gunning it down. 14 minutes, Alter Ego 1-0.
19-12, Alter Ego with their ninja way, with the Leomord debut pick. Really just, it's in line with the chaos that they want to have in the early game. It just fits so well.
And again, any plans that Dewa had, it wasn't a bad plan. right? It just seems like Altrigo saw through it and had the responses available, which is why we said that Dewa United maybe had to kind of look towards Altrigo and see if their game plan was compatible. And unfortunately for this game in particular, it really wasn't. The shortcut was basically nullified completely. They had no staying power. Altrigo out-harassed them, out-bursted them, and out-brawled them in all of these fights.
It was all according to plan, even from the drafting phase, right? You gotta admit, Harith first pick, they knew that either Dewa picked the chip up, or they're going to be able to pick it up for themselves. Either way, it's a double win for them. We're looking at the flashbacks of that first game. You can see how oppressive already the Leomord was.
It was just tanky, doing a ton of damage there. And Nino did a great job as well with the stolen Sacred Beast form. He really made sure that the backline weren't really active in all of these fights. In stark contrast to Altrigo, where Arfi and Hijime are just able to stand there, get the protection, get distractions from Dewa, and output their damage again and again.
Man, that was rough. Octa with 8 kills, yet the game was out of control, man. When you have 2 Lucases on the other side, 2 is better than 1, you know? Leomord plus the Valentina, it's just a battle of all ins, and in a battle of all ins, that's what you could expect. 2 Narutos beating 1.
And by all means, the burst damage difference as well. The fact that for Dewa United, yes, they're snowballing, but Octa has to go all in to get a kill, and he can't even secure the kill, you know, in burst fashion. The Lunox doesn't work like that. It's more like, you know, mini burst DPS on the Chaos Order. So even when Octa was just snowballing out of control, 7 kills, he could not just go for any kind of pickoff, in contrast to Altrigo.
This is the crucial moment that occurred in that second minute. They were able to get the neutral objective, the turtle, plus they were able to get some few kills. But I thought this was still a moment where, okay, maybe Octa getting fed so many kills could still be the outlier for Dewa United in upcoming team fights.
Yeah, unfortunately, even with those kills, he really wasn't able to find a lot of big moments. Because again, the zoning potential from Hijime on the Kimi, now that you have a lot of reliable crowd control there that's hard to dodge from, it kind of slows down your approach, especially when this man is on the hunt as well.
Man, we didn't expect the Valentina to come through, and I don't think even Dewa did either. Player of the game presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S25 series. What is Nino again? What's the term? Tune in.
Oh, tune in. Yeah.
Tune in.
He's a tune in.
I'm learning.
Yo, credit where credit is due though, because I think Nefari has been getting most of the criticism, especially when it comes to the draft, but wow, this one was really good. When he picked the Kimi and Harith into the with the Gatakacha, I was already impressed. Ending it with a Leomord Valen was amazing, amazing.
Definitely a harsh curveball there for Dewa to kind of respond to. And not to mention, the fact that Nina was on the Valentina, I feel like there's a secondary effect right here where for Dewa, they see the Valentina, they spot a vulnerable target, but it's Nina with an Oracle, with an Athena, with a Brute Force Breastplate. This is a bruiser Valentina with the Festival of Blood as well. But you can see here, every single time they go for some kind of pickoff, they just couldn't do anything. They couldn't get in range. They can't secure the full-on burst, the full-on catch. And that's something that was really shutting down any potential that the chip was gonna bring to the table, dude. Like, it's almost as if it's better for Dewa to have gone for another team fight roamer compared to this chip, because this was the fight we were talking about when Moesak went for the flank and he was completely ignored. They looked at him dead in the eyes and said, what you gonna do?
Ray took the portal and he's like, now what?
Your boys have to be alive to take the portal. Your boys are dead.
Exactly.
What was that portal in the final push?
Dude, that was just like a, yo, help kind of portal, you know?
It's an extra target as well, maybe, to tank some of the damage.
Or maybe, you know, they expected RQ to come through to help them. I don't know.
Whoa. That's a very big hope there.
There you
this
go.
is the moment you're
It's
talking
time for them
about.
to recall. Last time RQ popped the shortcut, they recalled.
You're right.
Yeah.
You're
Character
right.
development, bro. Well,
that was rough.
Regardless, that they were definitely outdrafted right there. And even in the execution, I feel like you'd see some adjustment attempts from Dewa United. But overall, just not nearly enough to make any kind of difference there against Alter Ego. So, I feel like it goes straight back to the drafting board here immediately. Because again, they did try and go for some of the dives, some of the flanks that we were talking about to maybe get in the way and stop Hijime from being impactful on the Kimi. It really didn't work out though, at all.
No. And the fact was with, Valentina, Nino being that much of a monster in like the front line and the back line as well, it really also paved a way for Arfi, their rookie, to really shine. 7-2-2 on the Harris. I think it's a good start to his season.
Yeah. And again, he was such a bigger threat compared to maybe an Octa here. For the most part, Nino, Rin, and Dreams are able to just tank a decent amount of time, and distract maybe an Octa long enough. But the same can't be said for the frontliners of Dewa United. The moment Arfi is in the picture, the moment Hijime is just spraying him down, there's a bit of an urgency right there to do something, to go and escape immediately or dive in to make a play directly. Especially for Rez and the Phobias, that is double true because he's on a Phobias that doesn't really have any mobility tools. So that also, I think, kind of shut down that Phobias threat. So I think it comes back down to the fact that Dewa United have the macro tool, but they don't have the fighting tools. And that's something they kind of need against a fighting team like Alter Ego.
Look at this damage dealt. It was actually Nino who came second, which is crazy again. Didn't he build like non-damage? It wasn't all damage, right? Like,
no, it was no damage at all. It's
exactly.
Oracle,
what the
Athena.
Hell?
Yeah.
Brute Force.
This is why the Valentina is just a better Lucas, man. God. Full tank build, yet he dealt so much damage. He's rivaling Kimi, and he actually dealt more damage than Arfi in this game. Well played, just well played. On top of that, the damage taken. He was rivaling damage dealt and damage taken. Like Mr. Gata Kacha, who's built to tank up damage, wasn't able to... Oh man, it was crazy. It's great. Nino, well played. But honestly, well played to the draft. When I saw the draft, I said, yo, this is actually really, really good. But it came down to the execution again, and they executed really well.
Yeah. Yay, Nafari! Happy for him.
NFR.
Sorry.
NFR,
yay! Happy for him, man.
But it really feels like the chip now. It's just no longer a proper engage tool. It feels like it only really works when your opponents can't really get away from it. Because you're seeing Alter Ego there. Every single time Mueza tries something, they're like, yeah, see you later. Leave you in the dirt.
Do you
and just
think
kite away.
because how he utilized it was a little predictable?
I don't think so. I think it's just the lack of the... back then, it used to kind of stun you a little bit, keep you in place for a bit longer. Now it really doesn't. So immediately after getting collided with...
So there was a change to chip?
There was. That's why he kind of went down in popularity for a little bit. But I feel like when we saw Edong use it, he would shortcut first and then use the crash course. So maybe that's something that can be utilized, but it's still a tough preposition.
So before we get into game number 2 to see the results of this match, you're gonna throw it over to Alyssa.
Thank you, caster. Kembali bersama Alisa, dan pastinya Alisa kalau di sini nggak bakal sendirian karena ditemenin sama teman-teman dari Dewa United Esports.
Halo anak Dewa, halo teman-teman semua.
Boleh dong kenalin dirinya dulu, siapa?
Boleh dong. Hai teman-teman semua, salam kenal. Aku Valin dari Talent Dewa United Esports dan di sebelahku ada...
Halo, aku Kimura dari Talent Dewa United Esports.
Yeay, ada Kimura dan juga Valin yang nemenin aku hari ini. Lihat-lihat kalian kece banget nih, kompakan pakai jersey-nya Dewa United Esports.
Iya dong, nih cakep nggak? Ini yang warna hitam, Kak.
Oh, ini yang warna hitam. Kira-kira variasinya ada apa aja tuh?
Ada jersey away yang warna hitam, ada jersey home yang warna kuning.
Oke, dan kalau mau juga anak Dewa samaan sama kalian, gimana sih cara belinya?
Bisa, karena kebetulan sekarang dari tim Dewa sudah menyediakan fans-fansnya buat membeli jersey official. Caranya kan bisa cari di segala e-commerce, di toko officialnya, store officialnya Dewa United. Tapi Kak, kita juga bagi-bagi. Jadi buat teman-teman di rumah atau teman-teman yang di sini bisa dapat gratis.
Wow, gimana tuh caranya kalau aku pengen dapat itu gratis?
Caranya harus ikut activation di setiap home match-nya Dewa. Gimana tuh game?
Nah, buat kalian nih ya yang mau dapetin jersey Dewa United secara gratis, kalian tinggal tukerin battle emote Dewa di home match yang ada di booth Dewa di MPL ya guys. Jadi kalau kalian udah tukerin battle emote Dewa, nanti kalian bisa dapetin jersey secara gratis dengan undian.
Yes, benar banget.
Jadi gampang banget, tinggal langsung aja tukerin bukti kalau punya emot ampun sepuh.
Iya, ampun sepuh.
Yang bisa dibeli juga pastinya dengan berapa diamond?
Berapa diamond? 109 diamond ya?
109.
109 diamond. Udah dapat battle emote yang lucu, bisa dipakai buat in game, udah gitu bisa ditukerin buat dapat jersey gratis lagi. Kurang apa lagi?
Kurang apa lagi? Jadi langsung aja anak dewa langsung datang juga ke MPL Arena karena kalian bisa nukerin kalau sudah mempunyai jersey-nya, sudah beli juga emang ampun sepuh, langsung aja datang dan bisa tukerin di booth-nya Dewa ya. Oke, kalau tadi kita udah ngomongin merchandise-nya nih, aku pengen tanya sama Kimura kali ya. Ngelihat gameplay di game pertama hari ini, yang sayang sekali poin pertama harus didapatkan oleh Alter Ego. Gimana?
Menurut aku tadi mungkin karena di surprise pick aja sih dari Valentina XP. Soalnya emang Valentina tuh nyusahin banget buat Lukas itu kesusahan banget buat di copy terus sama Valentina. Jadi kayak Lukasnya itu ngelawan dirinya sendiri.
Lukas ngelawan dirinya sendiri ya. Oke,
Iya.
kalau dari Valin gimana?
Sama sih, menurut aku tadi aku ngelihat dari game pertama, aku cukup kaget karena ada Valentina di XP lane, tapi masuk akal ya karena bisa nge-copy dari ultinya Lukas, yang dimana ibaratnya dari tim Dewa itu juga ngelawan Lukas kedua gitu Kak. Cuman harapannya di next game supaya bisa lebih disiplin lagi, supaya bisa dapat poin dan puji Tuhan nanti kalau bisa menang.
Kalau bisa menang pastinya hope for the best dan boleh kasih semangat gak sih buat Dewa United Esports? Silakan.
Buat kalian yang buat main game kedua, jangan lupa di reset aja game 1 karena game 1 itu game tes ombak lah. Jadi game 2 bantai-bantai ya.
Bantai-bantai dari Valin, silakan.
Kalau dari aku tenang aja mainnya, yang penting disiplin, yang penting tenang, harus tenang seperti maybe ya. Harus tenang biar nanti outcome-nya jadi bagus. Yang penting positive thinking dulu aja.
Tenang, fokus dan konsisten dan itulah tadi kita bersama Dewa United Esports. Thank you so much Valin dan juga Kimura. Jangan lupa dukung terus tim kesayangan kalian dan kalian para super fans. Kita akan melihat apakah di game kedua ini poin akan bisa didapatkan oleh Dewa United Esports ataukah kembali ke Alter Ego. Dan kita akan kembalikan lagi ke caster. Silakan caster, take it over.
Thank you so much, Alyssa. Thank you, Kimura, as well as Valen, BAs and talents of Dewa.
Ex-Aura, by the way, Kimura.
Kimura, yeah. XP laner. Before Aran came.
Her favorite before Aran came.
That's true.
And then Aran took his job. Basic moved to Dewa, and Chorizo took
better.
his job. And Rez took Chorizo's job.
Damn. It's just job takers everywhere.
They took our jobs.
They did. They did. But you know, I don't know how to segue this.
Well, if you guys want a
There you
really
go.
good job yourself, you can save money, I guess, with GoPay. That's a job, right? I mean, like, a job means you get value
That's a curveball, bro.
financially, right? Like,
Yeah.
there you go. You
Absolutely.
go
No,
be
yeah.
responsible with your finances with GoPay.
Yeah.
Look at this. This is an S25.
Okay.
That's a phone. But what's even crazier is I
Uh-huh.
got GoPay in here.
Oh.
And with GoPay, I can watch MPL, use the
Okay.
promo code right here, MPL Pasti GG,
Okay.
get 5 diamonds with only 1 rupiah, and I can participate in the flash sale for WDPs. On top of that, I can also just get a lot of cashbacks, man. I mean, scan your QR code right there. You see the QR code on the bottom right. It says murah on everything. What does that mean? That means
cheap.
Cheap. You guys want stuff for cheap? WDP is only around 26,000 IDR, plus tons of extra promotions. Top up now and grab that new hero or skin. Naruto skins are still out, brothers.
I've been buying a lot of skins for the back end people.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
They've stolen all my diamonds. But it's okay, because I use GoPay.
You must have a lot of WDPs.
Yeah.
It's a lot of pressure on your head and shoulders.
So, what are you guys waiting for back at home? Move on to Head and Shoulders to wipe out 100% of wet and itchy dandruff. All right, get the limited edition Head and Shoulders X Mobile
Check it
Legends
out.
Bang Bang now because again, it's limited. There's not a lot on the market.
There's
you don't
only
want to
one.
miss out.
Two. There's two.
And as soon as you finish it, you can just keep the container in your room.
Look at this.
For bragging
Why
rights.
are you opening it? Wait a minute.
I
At
wanna
some
smell.
point, Mirko, will you please pour it on your head?
No. Not on broadcast, but I do it every day at home.
But not on broadcast?
Not on broadcast.
Even
no.
for like week 9, last day,
No.
last match?
If Head and Shoulders sponsors me individually, I will do it on broadcast.
You know what? I'll consider it.
Head and Shoulders anti-dandruff shampoo. Edisi terbatas.
Here, you can
that
have it.
means limited edition.
Smells so good.
I'm more of a menthol guy myself. Lemon. Hey, more of a chefin. Taste, flavor.
Smells good.
Well, speaking of chefin though,
CITB dubs.
Let's see whose hair is in the building as well.
Who's it gonna be? Who's it gonna be?
Ooh.
CITB!
Long, silky. I bet it smells good too, man. You guys just can't go wrong with Head and Shoulders.
Check it out. The chefin is definitely checking it out. Hair cam by Head and Shoulders. You can get the Ice Cool Menthol or Lemon.
Lemon is definitely a thing here. But in the Jakarta weather, maybe the menthol one would be a bit more preferable because you have to maintain, you know, a cool head. And speaking of cool heads
and shoulder,
first pick selection, away team for Alter Ego. Already a difference here.
Again, so they're back on blue side. All right.
They just got a
61% by the way.
Chip. I think they all got a ban Chip. I don't think they can play the Chip.
So, what do they leave open?
Loyi? Dude,
do you want to do that?
Like Joy Hayabusa ban, sure. Hanzo Ling ban, maybe no. You know? Like, though Hanzo, sure. Ling ban.
I think they were afraid of the far side, the long lane.
But they got shipped.
I think they were just concerned about the balancing out. They didn't want Alter Ego to have any physical damage in the jungle. Which is where the Leo mode comes in. Is like, y'all must have forgot. I got buffed.
They took the audience topic voting too literally. Force him to play non-assassins.
Well, be careful what you wish for, bro.
Exactly. By the way, those dudes were from Brunei. The father and son. To watch Alter Ego. They're Alter Ego fans. That's impressive.
Brunei.
Brunei? Is it Brunei?
I don't know. I've always said it Brunei Darussalam.
Yeah, I mean, I think... Whoa, Nino, get up. Hello. Okay.
What? What?
He actually woke up and went,
Yeah,
That's a
Ginsu,
bad
Ginsu.
omen. I just want to say, the people who have slept there or leaned back have lost. Like, seriously. That happened to Albert the other week. So that's why I gotta wake him up, you know?
Okay.
Are they just getting too relaxed? Is that what we're seeing there?
Exactly.
Where they're able to kind of just lean back, close their eyes?
He's thinking he can
Bro.
sleep on Dewa.
He was tired.
Why?
Okay, player of the game.
That's true. He is player of the game.
Nino, Valentina.
Well, he has to maintain the energy level, though. There's still 1 or potentially 2 games to go here before they win the match. And ladies and gentlemen, we're into the drafting phase for game number 2.
Shinobis, welcome to the drafting phase for game number 2. Presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S25 series. Harith first pick.
Wow.
Luo still the choice of ban there for the side of Dewa United. Alter Ego as well, exact same bans. So what's the change now for Dewa? Do they leave the chip open, pick up something like the Kalea instead, and hope Alter Ego don't pick up the chip?
Go Kimmy. Go got. So Kalea. Yeah. What the hell? The Kalea was ignored completely in game 1. Sakura picked up by Dewa.
Interesting. I thought we were... Wait, I thought we were saying earlier Alter Ego might be second pick. What happened there? Kind of interesting. All right, with the Harith, same formula for Alter Ego. Now with a Kalea, though, lack of a roaming presence, but with the Kimi taken away, this is something that's a bit more flexible compared to the Lunox earlier.
Whoa.
But Alter Ego, wow, Phobius Ling immediately.
Very early Ling as well.
Very, very early. I think Dewa can still go for the Lucas pick right now in the jungle. I don't see why not. With all the junglers already banned out, they shouldn't steer away from the Lucas jungle. It didn't work because they didn't ban out Valentina. So they can still ban out the Valentina in the second phase together with... They don't need to ban Leoborn anymore, so there you go. I think they got it, right? Secure the neutral objectives. You already have Kimi Kalea. Just go for the front line again.
Yeah.
Lucas.
Which begs the question, what kind of front line they have in mind right here. Against the Phobius, usually a bit more of a it's a bit more difficult, a bit more troublesome. They bring in the Fredrin though, so again, it's all about the neutral objective then. They want that synergy, they want the backline to stay protected. They're playing more to really stave off the dive coming in from Alter Ego, it seems.
Huh. Okay. So it should still be mid lane bans we're thinking about now. They're gonna ban out the Yi. The Juicin has been left up for grabs. But I think for Alter Ego, they're thinking of just a long-range artillery mage. Something like a Farsa maybe as well. Do you just want to go all in type of deal?
Technically, Alter Ego can pick up the Jushin against the Fredrin, right?
Yeah.
It's just a little difficult against the Kimmy.
Exactly, that's it. But if you want to win early game, which definitely looks like they want to win the early game, just definitely wants to go for the snowball, then sure, they can go Juicin and for Dreams, mid lane Prio. We've only seen Dreams on Cho like a couple of times, but usually I would think Juicin Cho is win out early.
Juicin Cho can't work out. When I say the Fredrin though, I think about these mages that can kind of lock them down, do some good poke damage. And there's always my personal bias, the Valir, man. But I mean, picking it right now, it's gonna be a bit too early, obviously. So we're gonna explore a couple of other options right here. The range already banned out though. I feel like Dewa are trying to make sure that there's no real poke damage. So like you mentioned, Mirko, any kind of long range might really be beneficial for them.
Yeah, we're thinking about maybe Farsa to try and outrange the Kimmy as well in the backside. Understandably so, the Kimmy is still a flex pick, right? We're not really sure where this Kimmy is going. So that can be an option for Alter Ego. Novaria's banned out. What will be the next ban from Alter Ego though? Do they ban out the Moscow? Oh, Beatrix.
Alright. So respect ban towards maybe here. Kind of allows for RFA potentially to actually have a proper laning phase as well. Because if they want to dodge away from it, all they can do is just clear that wave with the Beatrix ultimates and then go for the roaming plays around the map. So that taken out of the equations here. Dewa with the first pick.
Yeah, they also eliminated the Beatrix and Kalea combination, right? So it does make sense synergy-wise. Dewa, do they want to leave the flex pick up until the very end? Or are they going to choose a mid laner or a gold laner here?
I think they might, for Dewa United. They're gonna go for CC. There you go. A pick that we haven't seen in a while. Usually it's Alter Ego who first pick it. But now they've learned from that mistake. Yeah, first phase so many times. But the CC actually works here. Again, you already have a Fredrin in the jungle, so you need damage dealing in XP. It's good to match up against Ling later on as well as we get into mid-game to hold on to the side pressure. And it's really good against Phobia, so there you go. All right, really good stuff.
Good flexible pick, allowing Dewa to actually control ground here. Now in the back and forth with the CC and the Kimmy in the picture, Alter Ego, if they don't really have anything long range to trade back some of the damage from safety, it's gonna mean that Dewa United are gonna have a lot more time to really push Alter Ego away from the neutral objective before the fights even begin. They go for a Farsa and Gatot, so a bit of range there, but not spammable range by any means. Alter Ego are kind of locked into this all-in type of situation. Dewa are the ones now. They can pick and choose with these spammable engage crowd control tools. They can go back and forth with the dashes they have as well.
Gatot Gacha against a CC and Kimmy. Man, when Dreams doesn't get on, like the signature playmaking picks, he's always just forced on like Gatots. But the Farsa does come out as expected, long range artillery. Dewa last pick. It will be either mid or gold. I think for maybe Moscow.
Should be a gold laner here.
Yeah,
gold,
I think Kimmy just fits for Octa. Go for something like a Moscow, I guess. There we go.
Yeah.
The tyrant of
Right. So now they also still have the macro pressure to make plays around with. But with the Ling in the picture here, if Rin is snowballing, you do not want to get anywhere near that Ling as a Moscow, dude. You can self-peel, you can buy some time, but I feel like, especially in the mid-game, it's gonna favor the Ling so much more than with all the outplay tools you have.
We might be looking at a game 3, boys.
Oh!
Mirko called it early. But I agree. I think that was one of the main problems yesterday in that match with the Ling pickup. A lot of the far lane is what Mr. Zipperman mentioned in the back rooms.
That's not Zipper.
It's a different Zipper.
That's Mr. Dick.
Oh.
That's our scriptwriter.
Oh. Anyway. Game number 2, Shinobis, is upon us. Will we be seeing yet another revenge play from Alter Ego to close things out in their favor? Or can Dewa change the script and force a game number 3? Only time will tell. Let's head over into the Land of Dawn.
Ladies and gentlemen, watch for the 1v1s in the laning phase. A lot hanging here. This can be the last game of the match for sure. Can Dewa use the macro tools really efficiently here and stop and stifle that Alter Ego aggression, especially with their winning lanes here? Let's see how this plays out.
Let's see. S-rank missions for both of these teams. They're not looking too good on the standings either. Dewa United number 8. Alter Ego number 5. Again, every single game loss, every single match loss will be very significant. Has some trading damage into the mid lane. 2v2, but that's the Lethal Wanderer picked up in favor of Octa.
That's the mid lane control there with the Kimi and the spammable basic attacks right there. And look at that, dude. The kite ability. This makes it so annoying to try and get any kind of punishment back in towards that Kimi. And looking at the emblems here, agility, allowing Octa to really kite back a lot more efficiently here. So we'll see how that plays out, how Alter Ego intend to try and catch him. Against the Kalia of Mueza though, running the pull yourself together. 2 purifies on Alter Ego, but that means Nino is going to be taking, Nino and Dreams are going to be taking the brunt of the damage from Dewa United. So Dewa themselves required a snowball to really threaten the pick of chance. Look at Ray though.
Knocking Dreams up. We'll be able to get the shank down, but that's it. Rin walking away. Dewa just trying to match Alter Ego's early game.
That's the snowball perhaps that they were looking for. But oh, Mueza goes in for a jump onto Hijume. Still going to be able to get out with the wings by wings. And yet, no casualties on the board up until this point.
Okay, Tsunami Slam isn't available for Mueza just yet, but Dewa immediately jumping onto this neutral objective. The Ling, in theory, shouldn't really be able to contest, but look at this, Nino going in.
Still Ray with the control though. Ray gonna be walking up as well. Ray should be able. No! It's Hijume who wins it out suddenly. Top of the blaze and knocked him up now. Ray taken down. Dewa United losing in a skirmish. And now Rez pops in. The Vengeance gets some damage on Rin. AOG to the back. Rez isolated. And Hijume gets on the board. It's a disastrous start for Dewa.
Absolutely. 3-4-0 plus turtle, so you can consider it a 4-0 trade in favor of Alter Ego. And in the drafts, they committed to neutral objectives with the Fredrin setup, but the fact that they lost it there, how? Alter Ego have now reclaimed control of where they're always comfortable in, which is the early game. 2,000 gold lead already in 3 minutes.
Feels like they were over eager to really get in a 50-50 situation, whereas they're up against a Rin, a really good jungler here on the Ling. They really could have spent more time zoning away Rin on that Ling, because he's not a fighter by any means. Ray can have a lot more staying power in those fights. But look at this. Purple buff contest.
Oh, it's gonna be Ray who secures it. Rin able to escape. Dewa looking for the chase. Mueza. He's gonna try to cut him off here with the help of Rez. They are communicating, but it looks like Rez will be the one zoned away. The curtain call gets placed on Rin, but he's not scared of some yo-yos.
It's all G. It's all fine and dandy right now for Alter Ego. How did Hijume pick up the neutral objective? But wait.
Uh-oh. Boom. 3 shots. 3 big booms on Mueza.
All right.
3 booms there.
Boom, boom, boom.
Exactly. For Alter Ego, I mean, Hijume already having a great start. No items just yet, but the Feather Airstrike always becomes that big threatening tool. And the fact that he was the one picking up the turtle there, I think the retribution was just that close between Ray and Rin. I believe Rin didn't really get to retreat just yet. So it was just a little bit off from Ray, I feel, where Hijume's damage actually got it for Alter Ego. So Dewa now, I feel like they have to really focus on harassing and doing some damage to the members of Alter Ego first. Because if they go for an all-in, you know, with the AOG, with the Feather Airstrike, Alter Ego have a lot more ultimates to really push Dewa away.
Mueza jumping to the back of Purify's right there. Ray's gonna be targeted, isolated, all alone. RP diving dive very deep into the turret as well. Hijume taking low. That's gonna be Mueza who picks up the kill. Rin, top of the blade, Retribution securing it. Even with the Vengeance, Mueza Rez will fall to Rin.
Rin was so low. He was so low. He was on a sliver of hell, still able to Tempest of Blades, get the turtle, and get 2 kills. That's insane.
Did a great job just dodging away with the Tempest of Blades there, buying a bit more time. But we saw Dewa have a bit of a mixed approach there. They were trying to take down the members of Altrigo, get them low, but still, they kind of left the turtle low enough that Altrigo just went and fully committed to taking the turtle, and somehow they're still able to win the fight afterwards. Again, they will have to try and do more before the turtle setup if they really want to win these fights decisively.
Oh, the pullback on Tsunami Slam, but it's only on to Dreams. They get a kill, but it's traded back from Blizzard. He's burning Lethal Ignition and the glowing wand tick. He gets away up top. Rez able to stop Rin from getting more value, but RP gets a tier 1 down below.
So still worth at the end, right? I mean, Dreams gets taken down for a permanent structure. That's more macro that they can actually utilize to their benefit. We do see a little bit of a swamp here in the mid lane. A little bit of trades and damage, but so far A-okay. Rez is going to be able to try and pick up a tower in the top side as a trade, but unable to get it.
The more turrets Altrigo gets, the more they can stifle the push potential from Maybe. There's more of a buffer of structures before they have to really worry about the base once that split push comes in from Maybe later on. So that's definitely something that Altrigo want to really emphasize on right now. But Dewa still walking up, really unthreatened by the chase and pick-off potential. They might really have to.
Dreams with the AOG. Moesa still walking up, having to dash away now. Octa back to the mid lane to clear the waves out. 6 minutes in, and it's all Alter Ego. It's been all Alter Ego. Ow, ow, those are 3. Oh my goodness. Tsunami Slam just purified Moesa. And RP just gets all the shots he needs. He still has the dash. Free turtle.
Wow. Very clean by Alter Ego right now. They're going to look for a steal onto the orange buff. Ray gets caught really low.
Oh, full dive Ray! Taken out by Rin. Moesa, no Tsunami Slam. That could have come in handy. Now Moesa with a flicker back to safety. Nino still on him. Rin picks up the blades on Rez. Now Octa almost getting solo kill in the mid lane.
Okay. Rin should be able to get this purple buff away, and that's another steal in favor of Alter Ego right now.
Wow. Orange will have pressured away from the hands of Ray. On the Fredrin here, the pick that we assumed is going to give Dewa the control and sustain for these neutral objectives is falling apart. Alter Ego are finding ways to threaten the rest of the members first and then zone Ray out when he's alone and vulnerable. It's not just the turtles that he's kind of forced to leave here, it's also his buffs again and again. Alter Ego doing a great job just pressuring every single objective available in the jungle. And look at this now, immediately pressuring Dewa away from the waves, trying to set up for the next neutral objectives. And you can see Rin is keeping himself really out of sight, so Dewa are forced to really respect the potential for him to show up out of nowhere with that Finch Poise.
Exactly, and that's why Maybe's having a tough time as well to play the far lane. All he's been able to do is push under turret. He knows in that 1v1, he shouldn't have too much of a say, considering that he doesn't have had the time to pick up the Swift Trinity either. Oh, yep.
Brother, that's so much damage. Rez only has a War Axe. AOG, oh, they're gonna be cut down. Rez, caught in the bad spot, instantly deleted in the back line. It's still gonna be Dreams, buying so much time. Rin with the cleanup now, gets a Tempest of Blaze, gets pinned down to the wall, and it's a free hit for Octa. SOD dodged away from though. Dewa are able to get to both their marksmen still alive.
But you're seeing the damage potential come through for Octa right there. Almost turning it around for Dewa United. Alter Ego definitely has to respect it a bit more there. Hey, Jume. That was just a real quick tap onto the Feather Airstrike. That's interesting. But Alter Ego will have this lore to play around with now. That macro pressure that the Moskov can exert gonna be neutralized by the empowered waves. Alter Ego has a chance to use this really efficiently. And before we go on and talk about all the other factors here, Ray on the Fredrin is only on an Athena shield and steel leg plates. He's the second lowest gold in the game right now.
That's rough.
3K gold lead.
He's having an awful, awful time.
4 level difference with Rin.
He's the second lowest gold. He has less gold than Dreams on the jungle pick, on a fighter that should be contesting a lot of these neutral objectives. So that already is going haywire for Dewa. But for Alter Ego, the fact that Arfi has reached the Holy Crystal power spike as well means that Rez now, if he's trying to be aggressive, if he's trying to zone anyone, he needs to be careful that he doesn't get taken out himself.
That's true. That's true. And even, not to mention, Hijume as well. With the range, that's it.
Oh.
That's for the airstrike damage. Just a zone, actually.
Yep. Tier 2 taken down already. Now the Lord will be marching down into the base. We'll get a charge, I believe, with the cannon finally cleared out. One charge before it gets taken down by the Holy Defense. Up top, Tier 2 falling to the mini waves. Bottom lane as well. Few more hits from that wave, and it will be taken down. Alter Ego have gotten all 3 Tier 2s. AOG to the back front zone away. The members from the turret. Hijume caught in the back spot. Razor's Wrath almost taking Hijume out. The Feather Airstrike though. Long range artillery. Big booms to the back, maybe. Caught in the back spot. Red trying to go for the kill. Maybe able to flicker out. Alter Ego. Nino will fall. Octa is still in this game deathless.
Yeah, standing at 5-0-1. And the fact that he was able to trade Nino as well, 2-for-2 trade at the very end, plus Alter Ego don't even touch an inhibitor turret. The shields may have broken, but the structure is still up for them to utilize to their benefit as the next Lord approaches.
Well, the way the game goes right here, Dewa has a decent amount of clear.
Yep.
But I feel like with the Lord coming through again and again, Alter Ego, especially if they do get to more items, we saw how Hijume was able to actually dodge away, get the cooldown off of that Feather Airstrike, and turn the fight around immediately. That's a Farsa with a glowing wand and lightning truncheon only. The moment he reaches some kind of divine glaive, Holy Crystal, this fight, I think the fights in the base are gonna be a lot more one-sided, man, because they are not really keeping up in farm as well. Maybe only now has reached the Swift Trinity, the 3-item power spike for the marksman, and Octa, again, the only guy that's doing well in terms of kills. He does have the Sky Piercer, so that's a factor that they can kind of rely on. But at this point, when they're 8k gold behind, it's looking tough for Dewa to really find anything at all.
But technically, Alter Ego, like Hijume has been positioning really, really aggressively. And at some point, I think he still is a member that can be punished for the side of Dewa. So we'll see how this goes. Sure, they pick up a Lord here. They're looking for a little bit more pressure as well, but Dewa know that Hijume, when taken out, all they need to do next is deal with Arfi and Rin.
And there's a possibility here for maybe to land the SOD onto Hijume when he's using the Feather Airstrike.
Yeah.
And if that happens, that can really turn the fight in favor of Dewa, because it might really force Hijume to cancel out the Feather Airstrike, and his Feather Airstrike AoE is part of the reason why Alter Ego is doing really, really well, because Arfi and Rin are basically physical and magical damage cleanup tools. The main bulk of the damage that gets Dewa low is that Feather Airstrike.
But that's the Divine Glaive that you mentioned, Arashi, and that's a push.
Oh, it's a quick forward from Mr. Nino Dreams. Oh, gets pulled back. As the AOG gets away, Rin gets a kill on Rez. Base wide open, RP on, his Mount Force already used up. Oh, 3-man taunt for Dreams. And it's a full cleanup. Alter Ego, 13,000 gold lead in 13 minutes. Clean sweeping Dewa United.
The S-ranked mission does not go in favor of Dewa United Esports today. Number 8 currently on the standings. This will hurt them a little bit more as they try to claw their way out of the red zone. But Alter Ego's mission succeeds. And Arfi's debut in the gold lane is coming out with a win.
It's a great result for them for sure. They are able to actually do whatever they wanted here. They're able to adjust even when the drafts at first glance favors Dewa a bit more. It's just through the execution and good decision making. They're just really able to match Dewa's aggression, and they just seem to really know what's going to happen several steps further than Dewa can predict, and that just allows them to win regardless of the disadvantage they're facing in the Lana Dawn.
Yikes. Big yikes for Dewa United. Now, I think really cementing their place at 8th. Not a good look for Dewa United. We thought the season would be a close one, a battle from 1st to 8th, but it seems now it's just a battle from 1st to 7th. Dewa even deeper in the trenches of that red zone.
looking at that final fight there. We talked about the Divine Glaive coming through. Athena's proc for Ray and Rez, but it doesn't matter, man.
Maybe he got took to half health there. We're gonna throw it over to the stage with Bude, Clara, Mongstar for the winner's interview.
Dan di sini all the champs. Mereka sedang merayakan kemenangan di match satu-satunya Alter Ego di minggu ini.
Alhamdulillah Bude.
2-0 loh, berarti lebih baik daripada leg pertama dong.
Iya, pastinya kita harus melangkah lebih baik kan. Gitu aja sih Bude.
Jadi ini udah lebih baik ya?
Lebih baik dari
Alter Ego versi lebih baik.
Iya, lebih baik.
Bude mau tanya. Tadi sebelum mulai kayaknya ada yang video call tuh.
Oh, biasa. Big Boss.
Ada apa tuh Big Boss tuh?
Pesan-pesan ke Arfi aja sih. Kan dia baru kan, per stage MPL kan. Ya dia ngasih motivasi lebih aja ke dia.
Khusus Arfi berarti hari ini?
Sebenarnya nggak Arfi doang, cuman Arfi lebih gitu loh Bude.
Oke, pakai teknik apa itu? Teknik ancaman, teknik semangatin, teknik...
Iya semangatin sih, semangatin doang.
Semangatin doang. Ternyata semangat dari Kodelwin bikin 2-0 dan cepet banget. Terlihat lebih rapi kalau kata Caster bilang ini Alter Ego bermain sangat rapi. Dari awal hingga akhir. Ini Alter Ego mode apa nih? Mode rapi?
Mode gak bisa sabar kayaknya. Iya.
Kok gak
soalnya
bisa
dicengin mulu, di scream sabar mulu kan. Jadi gak bisa sabar. Kayak harus perang terus aja.
Tapi rapi?
Untungnya sih gak aktif ya.
Oh, pasifnya?
Yeah.
Oke, pasif tidak aktif. Dan kalau lihat Nino di sini hari ini, Valentina muncul. Satu-satunya player EXP yang menggunakan Valentina adalah Nino di MPL Indonesia.
Iya.
Dan akhirnya menang, No. Kali kedua. Ini Valentinanya datang dari mana nih?
Datang dari pengen Valen aja sih, seru hero-nya. Iya, dia bisa copy hero lain kan. Kayak nggak bosen mainin satu hero kayak mainin 5 hero gitu.
Wes, tapi khusus untuk ngelawan Dewa tadi atau memang ada kondisi tertentu Nino feelingnya pakai Valentina?
Enggak ada sih Bude, yang pasti kayak satu-satunya pertandingan di week ini tuh harus maksimal aja. Soalnya kita ngerasain sakit hati di Geekpam yang minggunya tuh cuman ketemu satu gitu. Itu sakit banget, kentang banget.
Main sekali kalah udah?
Iya udah nggak bisa ngapa-ngapain lagi gitu loh.
Jadi karena minggu ini kalian gak mau mengulang hal yang sama? 2-0 dan dengan pick-pickan yang unik juga tapi gak cuma pick-pickan yang menarik karena ada maniak yang didapatkan. Ini maniak keberapa Rine?
Apa?
Tadi maniak, dapat maniak.
Nggak tahu deh, cuman tusuk-tusuk doang kerjanya.
Tusuk-tusuk doang tapi dapat kill ya?
Ya.
Main tusuk-tusuk. Di sini di game kedua lancar banget. Bahkan kamu kayak ngekill sana sini. Selancar itu hari ini untuk Rine.
Alhamdulillah.
Kayaknya mood Alter Ego lagi baik kah?
Enggak, soalnya saya pakai jersey baru lengan panjang. Jangan lupa beli di Ultimate. Yeay. Gokil.
Bude kaget ini. Wow, oke. Jadi di sini lebih nyaman, lebih hangat bermain.
Lebih hangat.
Nah, kalau game pertama, tadi ada Valentina muncul. Tiba-tiba kamu juga pakai Leomord. Om Bawa langsung teriak loh tadi. Wih, ini Leomord perdana. Kamu menjadi pelopor menggunakan Leomord. Apa nih dasarnya tiba-tiba ada Leomord untuk Rine?
Suka aja sih hero-nya. Soalnya bisa naik kuda, aku juga pengen bisa naik kuda soalnya.
Oke, naik kuda di Land of Dawn seru nggak tadi?
Hah?
Naik kuda di Land of Dawn seru nggak?
Seru kayaknya ya.
Bakal banyak kuda-kuda Leomord lainnya nggak nih?
Apa?
Bakal banyak Leomord lainnya nggak nih? Setelah kamu kan pelopor. Kira-kira ini bakal jadi trendsetter semuanya bakal ngikutin kamu nggak nih?
Bisa jadi.
Bisa jadi.
Gantung A apa, B apa, C apa, D bisa jadi.
Oh.
Itu lucu sih, nggak itu lucu.
D bisa jadi.
Nggak itu lucu banget.
Oke. A, B, C, D-nya ada pilihan nggak? Misalnya kayak, oke, jika ini, Leomord bisa muncul.
Ada
apa tuh?
satu, jika Rine lagi mood. 2, jika Rine lagi nggak underperform. 3, C, jika Nino ngasih Rine bubur di pagi hari.
Maka Leomord akan muncul.
Ya,
Baik, jadi kita lihat ya. Berarti harus prepare sebelum dari match mulai. 2-0, ngedapetin kemenangan atas mantan Timu. Tadi kan ketemu, Rine, sebelum match. Di belakang sudah ketemu tuh. Dan sekarang kamu mengalahkannya 2-0. Lagi di leg yang kedua. Apa nih yang ingin kamu sampaikan kepada sobat lamamu ini?
Semangat terus aja sih. Sama apa ya? Udah semangat aja sih Bude.
Semangat aja ya. Pengen ketemu lagi di playoff gak?
Pengen.
Pengen.
Kalau masuk tapi ya.
Kira-kira masuk gak sih?
Kitanya Bude.
Emang kalian bisa gak masuk?
Ya kan gak ada yang tahu gitu maksud dia.
Alam Bude.
Oke, hanya bisa berharap ya dan berusaha.
Ya.
Oke, tapi nanti yang terakhir aja. Ada Dreams di situ. Dreams muncul dengan Gatot Kaca yang berhasil nggak Gatot di sini 2-0.
Ya,
kamu udah bisa gimana sih ngebaca di leg pertama kalian berhasil menang 2-1 dan mengembangkan menjadi lebih baik 2-0. Apa yang Dreams mungkin baca dari leg yang pertama?
Asal jangan pikale aja sih Bude.
Itu.
Ya, makanya disuruh main Gatot doang.
Tapi ngelawan Kalea gimana?
Bisa kalau lawan Kalea, kalau makanya nggak bisa.
Oke, tapi kalau kamu harus main Kalea gimana dong?
Apa?
Kalau harus main Kalea gimana?
Ya nggak apa-apa, yang penting jangan Kalea.
Oke. Oke, kuncinya itu dari hero-nya. Tapi gimana kalau dari strateginya nih untuk ngelawan tim Dewa? Kan udah kelar nih, udah 2 leg. Apakah ada strategi khusus melawan tim Dewa?
Strategi khusus ya jangan kasih Rei Suyo.
Itu, yang paling penting.
Dah.
Intinya dari hero berarti ya?
Ya dari hero.
Tapi Bude penasaran berapa persen sih dari draft itu mempengaruhi kemenangan kalian?
Ada dikit.
Sedikitnya itu seberapa?
Gini.
Segini. Ini berapa?
Nggak tahu.
10%?
30.
30%. Dan tadi cukup mengenakan kalian untuk dari segi draft. Dari kalian cukup nyaman dengan draft kalian tadi ngelawan Dewa?
Apa?
Nyaman. Oke, terima kasih Nino. Oke, lanjut lah Hijume ya. Kita akan ke Hijume di pojok sana yang kamu memecahkan win streak dari Okta dengan Lunox-nya. Apakah kamu udah prepare melawan Lunox dari Okta?
Nggak ada prepare sih Bude. Emang dianya jago aja sih. Gendong sendirian gitu dia.
Tadi, di match tadi?
Ya 2 match dia main sendiri sih.
Oke, dan ketika kamu harus melawan mid laner yang jago seperti itu, dari Hijume gimana sih? Hijume gimana sih ketika melihat kamu kan bilang dia jago banget, dia ini banget. Apa yang kamu lakukan, mungkin improvisasi yang kamu lakukan kah di dalam game tadi?
Gua nggak denger aja.
Ada yang kamu lakukan? Ada, Hijume, ada yang kamu lakukan spesial kah ketika lawanmu itu kamu bilang jago? Improvisasi apa yang di dalam game kamu lakukan?
Oh, itu kurang-kurangin mati aja sama jangan mau gak Bude.
Jangan?
Mau gak langsung gas aja.
Mau gak? Itu jangan ya?
Iya, jangan.
Pokoknya gas aja?
Gas aja.
Nggak ada sabar-sabar, langsung gas?
Ya, sabar-sabar mah Nino.
Oke. Tapi kamu juga sebagai mantan dari tim Dewa.
Ya.
Sekarang kamu melihat keadaan Dewa gimana sih?
Kasihan itu Okta Bude main sendiri terus. Ya.
Jadi mereka butuh banyak banget perombakan atau mungkin butuh perbaikan ya?
Wah kurang tahu sih aku Bude kalau itu. Cuman aku ngeliatnya Okta ya main sendiri aja sih gitu aja Bude.
Baik.
Ya.
Tapi kamu berharap mungkin ada yang ingin kamu sampaikan kepada tim Dewa sang mantan yang telah kamu kalahkan dan mungkin sekarang posisinya lagi berat banget nih.
Nggak ada sih, paling ya semangat aja lah buat Okta.
Semangat Okta. Dan hari ini itu juga pada jauh-jauh. Kalian cuma main sekali di panggung, petakilan nanti hati-hati ya. Oke, tapi yang di sebelah dong, dikasih dong. Arfi, welcome to MPL Indonesia. Kasih tepuk tangannya dong, Alter Champs. Udah pada nungguin kan? Penantianmu dari minggu lalu akhirnya terjawab minggu ini. Gimana prosesnya pada akhirnya kamu nih yang naik untuk hari ini?
Proses ngelawan rasa sakit.
Gimana?
Ngelawan rasa sakit diri. Soalnya lagi sakit dari minggu kemarin.
Lagi sakit, minggu kemarin lagi sakit. Minggu ini?
Masih dikit.
Masih dikit-dikit. Yang lainnya nggak kenapa-napa tapi?
Nggak kenapa-napa, dia doang yang sakit ya.
Apakah demam panggung?
Enggak.
Jadi bukan karena demam panggung?
Enggak.
Karena hawa-hawa takut?
Enggak ada.
Nggak ada. Berarti hari ini kamu datang dengan apa, Arfi? Bude penasaran nih. Arfi seperti apa? Ada kekhawatiran nggak sebelum naik panggung?
Enggak ada sih Bude. Pede aja.
Pede aja?
Iya, main-main aja.
Panggung pertamamu, mungkin ekspektasimu seperti apa dan ternyata seperti apa? Bisa dikasih tahu nggak sih? Bisa diceritain nggak nih?
Kirain bakal gemeter gitu pas naik panggung. Ternyata biasa aja.
Wow, mental Arfi nih bos. Bentuknya memang benar-benar kelihatan solid banget ya dari alter ego. Kamu kan berarti cukup sempit nih waktu untuk menyesuaikan diri dengan line up alter ego yang sekarang ya Arfi ya?
Iya.
Gimana caramu biar bisa langsung masuk nih terhadap player-player alter ego yang itu?
Sering bercanda aja kalau scream.
Oh.
Sambil ngomong Jawa.
Loh, emang sopo bae wong Jawa nih? Dia doang. Oke.
Kayaknya dia main.
Wong Jawa, sama-sama wong Jawa kita. Asal mana Arfi?
Jawa Timur.
Jawa Timur, Om Bawa juga Jawa Timur. Tapi kalau ngebahas Arfi, udah begitu klop. Hari ini, apakah tadi Kodelwin ngomong sesuatu?
Dikasih semangat sih sama Kodelwin.
Dikasih semangat.
Iya.
Dan sekarang kamu menjawab ya dari mungkin banyak banget dari Alter Champs, dari super fans yang kayaknya menaruh banyak harapan terhadap Arfi nih. Apa yang ingin kamu sampaikan dari kemenanganmu hari ini dan performamu pertama hari ini?
Yang pertama makasih buat Kodelwin yang sudah ngasih kesempatan buat main di MPL. Makasih Kodelwin sama Alter Champ yang udah ngevote buat naik ke MPL. Udah.
Itu aja.
Iya.
Ini co-planner ini
Hasil
ya.
voting.
Hasil voting ya ternyata ya. Terus minggu depan gimana nextnya?
Nggak tahu deh, semoga aja masih main.
Gimana No?
Nggak tahu, itu keputusan coaching staff mungkin ya.
Coaching staff,
Iya.
oke. Tapi dengan hasil hari ini kita ngelihat baik sekali 2-0. Dan cuma sekali doang kita harus berpisah dengan sangat cepat karena 2-0. Ada yang mau kamu sampaikan mungkin? Sesuatu spesial Nino?
Sesuatu yang spesial ya? Nggak ada yang gimana-gimana sih Bude. Cuman ya makasih aja sih ke Alter Champs yang udah dukung kita. Mau kita main bagus, main jelek, mau kalian ngomong apapun kita dengar pasti. Makasih ya guys.
Next week bakal seru banget. Karena match pembukaan di next week adalah tim yang tidak bisa dikalahkan alter ego dari musim lalu. Sampai musim dari season lalu.
Tim apa?
Liquid.
Oh. Enggak, sorry maksudnya iya. Liquid ya? Iya sih Bude, mungkin berusaha lebih aja kali ya. Buat ngalahin mereka, mereka kuat banget soalnya.
Mereka kuat banget.
Iya.
Tapi alter ego sanggup gak nih untuk melawan tim sekuat itu?
Insya Allah sanggup.
Untuk tim Liquid ID, kasih tahu dong.
Tetap jadi pria yang panas aja.
Kamu punya jungler yang panas tuh?
Wah ini panas banget. Nah dia nggak bisa ngomong Bude, kesian.
Oke, jadi mereka adalah tim yang disuruh tetap panas saja dan alter ego akan menjadi tim yang lebih panas.
Yang lebih baik aja sih sebenarnya.
Yang lebih baik. Oke, kita nantikan pertarungan mereka di next week. Dan kali ini Alter Champs kalian bisa berpesta karena 2-0 dihasilkan oleh Alter Ego.
Well, there you have it, 2-0 victory for Alter Ego against Dewa United. And it looks like the players are celebrating
Arfi.
behind us with debut from Arfi. And he mentioned up on stage that, you know, he didn't feel any pressure. He just, you know, told
He's just
himself
Arfi.
to stay confident. And then the rest of the players were also very supportive. And so was Kodelwin. Thank you, Kodelwin, for being supportive.
He's streaming right now. He's live. He must be
He
happy.
is.
2-0 win. Back to back against Evos too. Wow.
This is a crucial moment though in that final game right there. where you can see, honestly, it seemed somewhat equal until it wasn't. The fact that all Trigo were able to get so much value and then get out with barely any HP kind of turned this game around completely for all Trigo, man. And Dewa here, the moment they're able to find anything at all, it comes at a very expensive cost.
And, you know, I mean, at this point with the Ling early, we did kind of question it in the drafts, but looking at how they were able to play it in the game, and maybe they were also anticipating the Moskov being picked up, which is why it wasn't banned out in the second phase. They banned out the Beatrix instead. They knew that the Ling would have control over the far lane, and then we saw the impact that it was able to have, turning things completely around 180 degrees in said team fights. Rin deserves the player of the match, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S25 series.
Clean performance by him as well. Let's take a look at the highlights here, where he was able to actually dodge away from a lot of the damage, a lot of the dangers posed towards him by Dewa. And he's just playing it very, very patiently. There was no real requirement, no real urgency for him to really force any kind of issue. He lets the team do what the team needs to do. And right here, I was surprised because all Trigo were going for the fights and also going to try and sneak out the turtle. But Rin was able to get it, get some damage out right here, get a kill even. And it just felt so weird because both teams were doing multiple things at the same time. But somehow, it's like all Trigo are just more used to doing it, so they come out on top. And once they're ahead in the gold, in the EXP, you already know all Trigo want to go for all these brawls, man. The Fredrin doesn't matter. They just keep diving right in. They made sure that the Fredrin had no items to speak of. And just like that, you can see that the Fredrin that's supposed to be the sustainable fighter looks very, very squishy instead in the grand scheme of things.
Looks very, very... I mean, at this point, I feel like for Dewa, the draft wasn't bad again in game number 2. Game number 1, yes, they were outdrafted. But game number 2, it was... They really should have been able to win out Turtle 1. Looking back at the replay, Rez just plays it too passive on the CC. He didn't want to use the curtain call up until it was too late. His job was to shred down the frontliners before they got to Ray. I think it was just miscoordinated completely by Dewa.
And with that advantage that they're able to get from that miscoordination, all Trigo, they basically brute force fight that final base fight there with the Feather Airstrike, and it's a formula that really, really works for all Trigo. Soften it up with the EXP lane, with the mid lane, lock them in with the roam, and then let the assassins and the aggressive gold lane do its thing. And it's a formula that just works so well against Dewa United completely. And even when they have Octa, again, that's still doing somewhat okay, it just isn't really enough, right? Because they were unable to use Octa's advantage and maybe use it to roam or bring that factor, bring that pressure anywhere else. And that's partially because if Dewa United were snowballing on Octa, all Trigo were snowballing on Rin, right? So if the Kimi gets caught 1v1 mid-transition without any escort, that's Octa taken out completely. So that might be what Hijime was kind of referring to when he said, yeah, Octa was doing his own thing. He was trying to solo play. And it's tough because everyone has their own job here, and Octa really isn't really on a hero that can make a lot of those solo plays.
I guess that's up to interpretation, but what I caught from what Hijime was saying is like, Octa was like the only one playing.
Yeah, that too.
Like everyone else was a non-factor, and he was just carrying the entire team on his back, essentially. And it's quite surprising because usually for Dewa United, that role is usually on Navy.
Or Ray.
Yeah.
I don't know, it's weird, dude. Like, when I saw the Fredrin, I was already kind of like, okay, it's not a bad draft for Dewa, but it's already weird for Dewa. You know what I mean? This is Ray. Like, he was the worst jungler. I called him the worst jungler in Season 13. That was when it was the utility meta. And he's back on utility. This guy is known for his assassins, and he's been good on the assassins, not on the Fredrin, not on the utility. But he just keeps on getting forced on utility, while again, Lucas was open. I think they changed too much.
Yeah.
Like, a lot of times when you lose game number 1, you want to change some things, obviously. I don't think you go for the chip again. But Kimi Kaleo was already good, but why Lucas? Why Lucas change to Fredrin?
It was kind of weird. But let's take a look at the mic checks before we discuss that even further. Mic checks, Alter Ego.
Chip masih di gua. Gua tahu. Harry di atas, lepas deh, boy. Bisa TP, lupa. Gua pegang chip ya.
Ya. Gua ke bawah sih. Bawah bisa flicker tak?
Cip bisa dari sini nanti.
Gua
Gua
juga
jagain.
dikit setengah.
Aman, gua langsung alin aja ya. Ya.
Gua ready connect guys.
Gulti juga. Gak kena banyak boy.
Aman, lunok ke ton.
Ayo perangin yuk.
Cip.
Mati dia.
Nah, itu loh maksud gua. Guys, bisa ngegas guys, di mid guys.
12.
Bisa pikirin nggak?
Duluan.
Gua mau. Siapa aja.
Duluan guys, siapapun guys.
Gua tumbal.
5 detik ultin. Kopi di gua.
Ready dulu aja depan.
Ulti belakang.
Gua gerotak.
Gua imbangin tak.
Nice.
Lihat gua.
Sabar ya.
Aman aja.
Gua antai bentar.
Flicker.
Nih, no.
Ya Allah.
Astagfirullahaladzim.
Balik Des.
Sorry no.
Aman. Ready Des.
Gua ke Cici, mati Cici ya.
Goyang.
Bisa desisian.
Goyang.
Gua tahu 3 orang nih.
Aman, goyang.
You know, it's so funny.
He just never loses that passion. All the way from season 7, he's been
funny.
screaming like that. Usually players, after staying for so long, they would lose that passion. They would lose that what you heard earlier. But he just keeps on doing it, man.
I'm talking about Nino.
Yeah, there was a funny moment under turret. He's like, cover me, like take the damage from the turret.
Tank turrets for me, and
Then nobody kind of did.
maybe he started to, and then he walked a bit too far, and he was like, bro.
It's okay.
But even before that, there was that one moment where he was trying to make a motivational speech. He was like, "That's what I'm talking about," and you just instantly know it's Nino.
It's super cute.
Nino.
Oh man, you'll have to see it. Naruto.
Be ninja, be legend. Come
Be
join
legend.
the crew, my ninjas, here with the Naruto collab. You can get the free Gaara skin. I personally am a Sasuke lover. Sasuke. I have been playing, spamming Suyo. It's been good, man. It's been good.
Very nice skin. Reminds me of that song. I want to be ninja.
Yeah.
I don't know. Oh, you don't know? I'll show you later. But pretty cool song.
Absolutely.
But yes, aside from the Sasuke's, the Gaaras,
And
you got the
skins.
Kakashis, you got the main character as well. We did see in game 1, I believe. You only get the dub, but yeah, there are all these custom effects here in the Land of Dawn. Make sure you don't miss out, man. They're
Check it out.
Make the game that much more interesting.
Yeah, there's stickers that you can get. There's a exclusive border that you guys can also get a custom map, which is
The
super
loading
cool. Yeah, loading effects as well. So don't miss out. Get your hands on it right now.
Sharpshooter.
The sharpshooter didn't play. Heis, what's up? No sharpshooting today. Just, this is my favorite. Vote for your favorite clan. Support your favorite clan. Are you a clan leader or a clan member? Come join the clan already. Are you an Uzumaki, an Uchiha, a Senju perhaps? Or are you Hyuga? Or are you just a non-clan member? Maybe you're just, maybe you're not part of a
You're a
clan.
loner.
You're a loner. Maybe. Who knows? Maybe isn't Dewa United, so he's part of the Dewa clan, I guess. Yeah.
Supposedly.
Because you guys, when you participate in this, you guys actually have a chance to win a limited edition MLBB X Naruto action figure.
That action figure looks sick.
Which is pretty cool. So, yeah.
Yo, I want that. Can I get that? Mutan?
You better join the campaign.
Yeah.
I have. But I haven't been lucky enough. Like, it's a draw, Like, when you do this, it's a draw. I got the Jiraiya emote, which is part of this too. But I didn't get this. Man, I will trade the Jiraiya emote for that action figure. Someone, please. Please. Come on, my fellow ninjas. Help me.
So Shinobi?
That's
ninja.
That's a ninja, yes.
Yep.
It's, I think, the Japanese way to say ninja.
Gen.
It's the official term for it.
What's rookie again?
Genin.
Yeah. What's the one above that?
Chunin.
And then
Jonin. Yeah. Then?
Are you lying?
No, what?
No, that's just
I don't lie about
'Cause
these
he lied
things,
to me
man.
last time.
Huh?
You said Sakura was like Naruto's mom or something.
That was before the collab. We can't lie about that now.
We get called out in the chat for that.
Yeah. People didn't get the joke. They're pretty dumb.
Whoa.
I'm gonna research on my own after this.
Okay.
So, scriptwriter said, Shinobi's charge your chakras during this break.
That's facts.
Before we get into match number 2, the classic derby. We'll see you after.
Some of them might not have chakra.
What?
That's chakraist. Some of them don't have chakra.
So what's the other one?
They just, it's like the Rock Lee people, you know?
Oh.
They just do taijutsu.
Rock Lee people.
Okay, well that. Bye guys.
Ya, aku merem. Ulang dong.
Gak perlu.
Guys, review.
Konsisten, kasihnya pasti murah. Tagihan murah. Di aplikasi GoPay transfer 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi GoPay baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Seru. Pertama di Indonesia, kopi susu rasa cookies. Always ready, warnai harimu. Good Day Groovy Cookies. Nikmati sensasi asyik kopi cookiesnya.
Tak ada hari tanpa mabar. Main ngelek, kerap buatku tak sabar. Gimana mau main sampai kelar? Ini waktunya ku bersinar. Okay, let's do it. Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tim stabil main makin mulus, rankku fix naik terus. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Cuma Game Max, makin no debat.
Game Max Booster, kini dapat DG rings. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya di aplikasi Dunia Games.
Gak usah ngelihat kita ada di peringkat 7, hashtag 7, apalah itu. Menurut gua EVOS kayak kehabisan bensin sih. Gameplaynya udah mulai kebaca sama tim-tim lain.
PR terbesar buat nanti leg 2 harusnya Idok sih. Karena aku lihat ya stabil lah mainnya, konsisten terus.
Kalau untuk RRQ sekarang, fondasi mereka udah benar-benar kebentuk lah.
Menurut gua di season ini yang Rising Star Toy. Soalnya posisi dia bagus, laning dia bagus juga.
Pas lawan RRQ, dia yang kasih kita pressure di lane samping. Kayaknya dia yang key player sih, gua kasih apresiasi.
Didapatkan tapi mereka masih tertahan.
Ya pasti apa ya sih, maksudnya kayak rookie yang bakal bersinar gitu. Mainnya juga kayak lumayan rapi, dia selalu nungguin kayak temen-temen yang ngebuka dulu, terus baru dia finishing.
Dia berarti udah di next level ya sih, karena kalau awal-awal naik harusnya dia punya api kayak mainnya gerasak-gerusuk lah. Tapi kalau gue lihat emang dia ya udah next stepnya udah kayak ya udah golden gitu.
RRQ penuh dengan para rookie yang datang dengan kaya akan teknik.
Yang mencolok banget menurut gue tetap duo Mita sih. Idok sama Rin mungkin kayak season lalu nggak terlalu kelihatan kan, mungkin season ini dia terlalu kayak udah kelihatan banget sih improve-nya.
Yang gue lihat sejauh ini kan gue udah lawan 2 kali kan, dimana ada si Idok, pasti di situ ada Rin sama si Hypernya, dan terbukti kalau komunikasi dia bagus.
Menurut gue playmaker RRQ ini ya di dua mid ya gitu, di roamer sama mid ya. Jadi kalau misalnya EVOS-nya masih gameplaynya di roamer dan mid gitu ya akan easy kebaca sih, gampang kebaca.
Tapi kalau untuk EVOS, kalau dilihat awal week lah, gue lihat kayak progres mereka bagus. Cuman gue nggak tahu roster mereka banyak perubahan, mungkin kayak butuh adaptasi lagi. Itu yang faktor dia lost streak sih. Ada ganti orang.
Sengit, itulah yang terjadi untuk game yang ketiga. Smithy buruk dari sang macan.
Mungkin yang rada gue concern di EVOS itu, mereka punya Albert, rada sayang aja. Karena Albert itu tipikal jungler pengalaman yang lo mau ngasih dia fighter oke, ngasih dia assassin oke, ngasih dia tank jungler pun juga oke. Jadi menurut gua EVOS yang sekarang mungkin terlalu Erlan sentris kali ya. Jadi nggak terlalu nge-enable Albert yang notabene harusnya Albertnya bisa dimanfaatin lebihnya sih. Menurut gua kayak gitu.
Menurut gua EVOS kayak kehabisan bensin sih. Jadi kayak gua lihat dia gameplaynya udah mulai kebaca sama tim-tim lain. Soalnya kalau di awal dia kan kayak agresif banget kan gitu mainnya tuh. Jadi kayak udah gampang kebaca sih.
Sang macan kali ini telah hadir.
Ya mungkin bisa juga karena adrenalin rush atau mungkin terlalu hype di in-game-nya. Jadi kita gas-gas aja tanpa ngeliat situasi atau kayak gimana. Jadinya jadi miss eksekusi kayak gitu segala macem. Jadi kurang sabar.
Lupa winning condition juga ya, kita pick off guys. Kalian nabrak mereka langsung perang 5-5, ada cici gatot. Ya kayak gitu pasti lebih fun mereka.
Yang kurangnya di EVOS itu team fight sih. Tapi yang gue lihat bagusnya itu di early game, terus di mid game dia bagus ininya. Dia bener-bener mulus lah bisa dibilang. Finishnya juga harus diomongin, mau digimanain.
Gak usah terlalu nambahin apa-apa, gak usah terlalu ngurangin apa-apa. Yang penting fokus aja.
Kalau untuk EVOS menurut gua jangan ngecok di end game-nya aja sih. Karena menurut gua RRQ tipikal tim yang bisa memanfaatkan mistake lawan. Jadi kalau kalian ngelakuin mistake yang bikin dia bisa balikin gamenya, dia bisa kepanis kalian lebih berat ya.
EVOS War yang membutuhkan poin sebanyak mungkin.
Jadi menurut gua tergantung apakah ada gameplay baru atau hero pool baru yang keluar dari EVOS, atau enggak mungkin hero-nya sama tapi gameplaynya beda gitu. Karena itu dibutuhin sih buat lawan RRQ ya.
One team, one voice, one family. EVOS War.
Mungkin ya ekspektasi gue ya teman-teman gue bisa riset, gak usah ngelihat kita ada di peringkat 7, hashtag 7, apalah itu. Yang penting kita fokus aja ke depannya, kita bisa riset, mulai latihan lagi dan bisa fokus lebih ke pertandingannya.
Kita akan memasuki rivalitas tertua di MPL. Inilah dia, Derby Classic.
Kalau mau main derby klasik, mau ngeliat kayak EVOS-nya lagi biasa aja atau RP-nya kuat banget atau kebalikannya, mereka pasti ada evaluasi dan lain-lain yang ngebuat match besok itu udah pasti seru banget derby klasiknya.
Match-nya yang pastinya dari dulu kan RRQ EVOS, vibes-nya pasti seru banget. Derby klasik emang mantap lah, seru.
Untuk derby klasik buat leg 2 kita jauh lebih siap. Jadi kalau kita lebih disiplin lagi, di leg 2 harusnya bisa menang RRQ. Di derby klasik menurut gua pelajarannya tentang ini sih, kepercayaan satu sama lain gitu. Dari situ kayaknya kita bisa lebih kuat.
Kemenangan derby klasik leg pertama.
Khususnya ke daerah dulu nih. Kita sekarang derby klasik, dia di RRQ dan aku di EVOS. Ya kita kasih lah yang seru-seru, yang asik-asik. Kita FIFA Roar Arena.
Ya buat Swelo, kasihlah game yang terbaik lah sama kau ya, Le ya.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
Dragon in agile fashion, we jump into action, dashing, perspectives are clashing. Oh, 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 we're taking on the fight. Showdown till justice is found. Transform into battle now. Judgment's gavel coming down. Fighting for the righteous justice, fighting for the priceless truth, blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Yeah, fighting for the justice no matter what we do. Perspective, sharing one objective, yeah. Everybody's fighting for the truth. Justice calls. Minna! 渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ、力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。 湧いてくる。やかましい奴らだ。ここは俺に任せて。もらった。4代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。
Ya, aku bareng. Ulang dong.
Gak perlu.
Guys, review.
Wow. Cool.
Walau yang lain terus berubah, Gope konsisten, kasih yang pasti murah. Bayar tagihan murah di aplikasi Gope. Transfer 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi Gope baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Rasa baru makin seru. Pertama di Indonesia. Kopi susu rasa cookies. Always ready, warnai harimu. Good Day Groovy Cookies. Nikmati sensasi asyik kopi cookiesnya.
Tak ada hari tanpa mabar. Main ngelek, kerap buat ku tak sabar. Gimana mau main sampai kelar? Ini waktunya ku bersinar. Okay, let's do it. Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Pin stabil main makin mulus, rankku fix naik terus. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Cuma Game Smash makin no debat.
Game Max Booster, kini dapat The Rings. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya di aplikasi Dunia Games.
Gak usah ngelihat kita ada di peringkat 7, hashtag 7, apalah itu.
Menurut gua EVOS kayak kehabisan bensin sih. Gameplaynya udah mulai kebaca sama tim-tim lain.
Fan terbesar buat nanti leg 2 harusnya idok sih. Karena aku lihat ya stabil lah mainnya, konsisten terus.
Kalau untuk RRQ sekarang, fondasi mereka udah benar-benar kebentuk lah.
Menurut gua di season ini yang Rising Star Toy. Soalnya posisi dia bagus, laning dia bagus juga. Pas lawan RRQ dia yang kasih kita pressure di lane samping. Kayaknya dia yang key player sih, gua kasih apresiasi.
Didapatkan tapi mereka masih tertahan.
Ya pasti apa ya sih? Misalnya kayak rookie yang bakal bersinar gitu. Mainnya juga kayak lumayan rapi. Dia selalu nungguin kayak teman-temannya ngebuka dulu, terus baru dia finishing.
Dia berarti udah di next level ya sih. Karena kalau awal-awal naik harusnya dia punya api, kayak mainnya gerasak-gerusuk lah. Tapi kalau gue lihat emang dia ya udah next stepnya udah kayak ya udah golden gitu loh.
RRQ penuh dengan para rookie yang datang dengan kaya akan teknik.
Ya mencolok banget. Menurut gua tetap duo Mita sih. Idok sama Rin mungkin kayak season lalu nggak terlalu kelihatan kan. Mungkin season ini dia terlalu kayak udah kelihatan banget sih improve-nya.
Yang gue lihat sejauh ini kan gue udah lawan 2 kali kan, dimana ada si Idok, pasti di situ ada Green sama si Hypernya, dan terbukti kalau komunikasi dia bagus.
Menurut gue playmaker RRQ ini ya di 2 mid ya gitu, di romer sama mid ya. Jadi kalau misalnya EVOS yang masih gameplaynya di romer dan mid gitu ya akan easy kebaca sih, gampang kebaca.
Tapi kalau untuk EVOS, kalau dilihat awal week lah, gue lihat kayak progres mereka bagus. Cuman gue nggak tahu roster mereka banyak perubahan, mungkin kayak butuh adaptasi lagi. Itu yang faktor dia lost streak sih. Ada ganti-ganti orang.
Sengit, itulah yang terjadi untuk game yang ketiga. Smithy buruk dari sayang macan.
Mungkin yang rada gue concern di EVOS itu mereka punya Albert, rada sayang aja. Karena Albert itu tipikal jungler pengalaman yang lo mau ngasih dia fighter oke, ngasih dia assassin oke, ngasih dia tank jungler pun juga oke. Jadi menurut gue EVOS yang sekarang mungkin terlalu airline sentris kali ya. Jadi gak terlalu nge-enable Albert yang notabene harusnya Albertnya bisa dimanfaatin lebih aja sih. Menurut gue kayak begitu.
Menurut gue EVOS kayak kehabisan bensin sih. Jadi kayak gue lihat dia gameplaynya udah mulai kebaca sama tim-tim lain. Soalnya kalau di awal dia kan kayak agresif banget kan gitu mainnya tuh. Jadi kayak udah gampang kebaca sih.
Sang macan kali ini telah hadir.
Ya mungkin bisa juga karena adrenalin rush atau mungkin terlalu hype di in-game-nya. Jadi kita gas-gas aja tanpa ngeliat situasi atau kayak gimana. Jadinya jadi miss eksekusi kayak gitu segala macem. Jadi kurang sabar.
Lupa winning condition juga gara kita pick off guys. Kalian nabrak mereka langsung perang 5 lawan 5 ada cici gantok. Ya kayak gitu pasti lebih flat mereka.
Yang kurangnya di EVOS itu team fight sih. Tapi yang gue lihat bagusnya itu di early game, terus di mid game dia bagus ininya. Dia bener-bener mulus lah bisa dibilang. Finishnya juga harus diomongin mau di gimanain.
Gak usah terlalu nambahin apa-apa, gak usah terlalu ngurangin apa-apa. Yang penting fokus aja.
Kalau untuk EVOS menurut gua jangan ngecok di end game-nya aja sih. Karena menurut gua RRQ tipikal tim yang bisa memanfaatkan mistake lawan. Jadi kalau kalian ngelakuin mistake yang bikin dia bisa balikin gamenya, dia bisa ke punish kalian lebih berat ya.
EVOS War yang membutuhkan poin sebanyak mungkin.
Jadi menurut gua tergantung apakah ada gameplay baru atau hero pool baru yang keluar dari EVOS atau enggak mungkin hero-nya sama tapi gameplaynya beda gitu. Karena itu dibutuhin sih buat lawan RRQ ya.
One team, one voice, one family. EVOS!
Mungkin ya ekspektasi gue ya teman-teman gue bisa riset, gak usah ngelihat kita ada di peringkat 7, hashtag 7, apalah itu. Yang penting kita fokus aja ke depannya, kita bisa riset, mulai latihan lagi dan bisa fokus lebih ke pertandingannya.
Kita akan memasuki rivalitas tertua di MPL. Inilah dia, Derby Classic.
Kalau ngomongin derby klasik, mau ngeliat kayak EVOS-nya lagi biasa aja atau RP-nya kuat banget atau kebalikannya, mereka pasti ada evaluasi dan lain-lain yang ngebuat match besok itu udah pasti seru banget derby klasik.
Matchnya yang pastinya dari dulu kan RRQ EVOS, vibe-nya pasti seru banget. Derby klasik emang mantap lah, seru.
Untuk derby klasik buat leg 2 kita jauh lebih siap. Jadi kalau kita lebih disiplin lagi di leg 2 harusnya bisa menang energi.
Di derby klasik menurut gua pelajarannya tentang ini sih, kepercayaan satu sama lain gitu. Dari situ kayaknya kita bisa lebih kuat.
Kemenangan Derby Classic leg pertama.
Khususnya ke daerah dulu nih. Kita sekarang derby klasik, dia di RRQ dan aku di EVOS. Ya kita kasih lah yang seru-seru, yang asik-asik. Kita FIFA Roar Arena.
Ya buat Swelo, kasih lah game yang terbaik lah sama kau ya. Ya.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
Dragon in agile fashion, we jump into action, dashing, perspectives are clashing. Oh, 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 we're taking on the fight. Justice is found. Transform into battle now. Judgment's gavel coming down. Fighting for the righteous justice. Fighting for the priceless truth. Blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Yeah. Fighting for the justice no matter what we do. Three perspectives sharing one objective, yeah. Everybody's fighting for the truth. Justice calls.
Minna! 渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ、力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。 湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。ここは俺に任せてもらった。四代目他にを超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。
Ya, aku bareng. Ulang dong.
Gak perlu.
Guys, review.
Wow. Cool.
Walau yang lain terus berubah, Gope konsisten, kasihnya pasti murah. Tagihan murah, di aplikasi Gope transfer 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi Gope baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Rasa baru makin seru. Pertama di Indonesia. Kopi susu rasa cookies. Always ready, warnai harimu. Good Day Groovy Cookies. Nikmati sensasi asyik kopi cookiesnya.
Tak ada hari tanpa mabar. Main ngelek, kerap buat ku tak sabar. Gimana mau main sampai kelar? Ini waktunya ku bersinar. Oke, let's do it. Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tim stabil main makin mulus, rankku fix naik terus. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Cuma Game Max, makin no debat.
Game Max Booster, kini dapat DG Rings. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya di aplikasi Dunia Games.
Gak usah ngelihat kita ada di peringkat 7, hashtag 7, apalah itu. Menurut gua EVOS kayak kehabisan bensin sih. Gameplaynya udah mulai kebaca sama tim-tim lain.
Fan terbesar buat nanti leg 2 harusnya idok sih. Karena aku lihat ya stabil lah mainnya, konsisten terus.
Kalau untuk RRQ sekarang, fondasi mereka udah benar-benar kebentuk lah.
Menurut gua di season ini yang Rising Star Toy. Soalnya posisi dia bagus, laning dia bagus juga. Pas lawan RRQ dia yang kasih kita pressure di lane samping. Kayaknya dia yang key player sih, gua kasih apresiasi.
Dapatkan tapi mereka masih tertahan.
Ya pasti apa ya sih? Maksudnya kayak rookie yang bakal bersinar gitu. Mainnya juga kayak lumayan rapi. Dia selalu nungguin kayak teman-teman yang ngebuka dulu, terus baru dia finishing.
Dia berarti udah di next level ya sih. Karena kalau awal-awal naik harusnya dia punya api, kayak mainnya gerasak-gerusuk lah. Tapi kalau gue lihat emang dia ya udah next stepnya udah kayak ya udah golden gitu loh.
RRQ penuh dengan para rookie yang datang dengan kaya akan teknik.
Yang mencolok banget menurut gue tetap duo Mita sih. Idok sama Rin mungkin kayak season lalu nggak terlalu kelihatan kan. Mungkin season ini dia terlalu kayak udah kelihatan banget sih improve-nya.
Yang gue lihat sejauh ini kan gue udah lawan 2 kali kan. Dimana ada si Idok, pasti di situ ada Rin sama si Hypernya. Dan terbukti kalau komunikasi dia bagus.
Menurut gue playmaker RRQ ini ya di 2 mid ya gitu. Di romer sama mid ya. Jadi kalau misalnya EVOS-nya masih gameplaynya di romer dan mid gitu ya akan easy gue baca sih, gampang gue baca.
Tapi kalau untuk EVOS, kalau dilihat awal week lah, gue lihat kayak progres mereka bagus. Cuman gue nggak tahu roster mereka banyak perubahan, mungkin kayak butuh adaptasi lagi. Itu yang faktor dia week lost streak. Ada ganti-ganti orang.
Sengit itulah yang terjadi untuk game yang ketiga. Smithy buruk dari sang macan.
Mungkin yang rada gue concern di EVOS itu mereka punya Albert, rada sayang aja. Karena Albert itu tipikal jungler pengalaman yang lo mau ngasih dia fighter oke, ngasih dia assassin oke, ngasih dia tank jungler pun juga oke. Jadi menurut gue EVOS yang sekarang mungkin terlalu Erlan sentris kali ya. Jadi nggak terlalu nge-enable Albert yang notabene harusnya Albertnya bisa dimanfaatin lebih aja sih. Menurut gue kayak gitu.
Menurut gue EVOS kayak kehabisan bensin sih. Jadi kayak gue lihat dia gameplaynya udah mulai kebaca sama tim-tim lain. Soalnya kalau di awal dia kan kayak agresif banget kan gitu mainnya tuh. Jadi kayak udah gampang kebaca sih.
Sang macan kali ini telah hadir.
Ya mungkin bisa juga karena adrenalin rush atau mungkin terlalu hype di in-game-nya. Jadi kita gas-gas aja tanpa ngeliat situasi atau kayak gimana. Jadinya jadi miss eksekusi kayak gitu segala macem. Jadi kurang sabar.
Lupa winning condition juga kira kita pick off guys. Kalian nabrak mereka langsung perang 5 lawan 5 ada cici gatot. Ya kayak gitu pasti lebih fun mereka.
Yang kurangnya di EVOS itu team fight sih. Tapi yang gue lihat bagusnya itu di early game, terus di mid game dia bagus ininya. Dia bener-bener mulus lah bisa dibilang. Finishnya juga harus diomongin mau digimanain.
Gak usah terlalu nambahin apa-apa, gak usah terlalu ngurangin apa-apa. Yang penting fokus aja.
Kalau untuk EVOS menurut gua jangan ngecok di end game-nya aja sih. Karena menurut gua RRQ tipikal tim yang bisa memanfaatkan mistake lawan. Jadi kalau kalian ngelakuin mistake yang bikin dia bisa balikin gamenya, dia bisa ke punish kalian lebih berat lah.
EVOS War yang membutuhkan poin sebanyak mungkin.
Jadi menurut gua tergantung apakah ada gameplay baru atau hero pool baru yang keluar dari EVOS atau enggak mungkin hero-nya sama tapi gameplaynya beda gitu. Karena itu dibutuhin sih buat lawan RRQ ya.
One team, one voice, one family.
EVOS! Mungkin ya ekspektasi gue ya teman-teman gue bisa riset, gak usah ngelihat kita ada di peringkat 7, hashtag 7, apalah itu. Yang penting kita fokus aja ke depannya, kita bisa riset, mulai latihan lagi dan bisa fokus lebih ke pertandingannya.
Kita akan memasuki rivalitas tertua di MPL. Inilah dia, Derby Classic.
Kalau mau main derby klasik, mau ngeliat kayak EVOS-nya lagi biasa aja atau RP-nya kuat banget atau kebalikannya, mereka pasti ada evaluasi dan lain-lain yang ngebuat match besok itu udah pasti seru banget derby klasiknya.
Matchnya yang pastinya dari dulu kan RRQ EVOS vibes-nya pasti seru banget. Derby klasik emang mantap lah seru.
Untuk derby klasik buat leg 2 kita jauh lebih siap. Jadi kalau kita lebih disiplin lagi di leg 2 harusnya bisa menang energi.
Di derby klasik menurut gua pelajarannya tentang ini sih, kepercayaan satu sama lain gitu. Dari situ kayaknya kita bisa lebih kuat.
Kemenangan derby klasik leg pertama.
Khususnya ke daerah dulu nih. Kita sekarang derby klasik, dia di RRQ dan aku di EVOS. Ya kita kasih lah yang seru-seru, yang asik-asik. Kita FIFA Roar kan Arena.
Ya buat Suelo, kasih lah game yang terbaik lah sama kau ya.
masih bersama Alisa. Kali ini ada yang beda nih, karena kita punya sesuatu yang spesial sebelum kita masuk ke klasik derby di match kedua, yaitu ada Ramen Eating Challenge by Hawkband. Oke, boleh ya, yang sudah dapat boleh dong kenalin dulu ini siapa kandidat-kandidat kita.
Perkenalkan, nama saya Mikel.
Miguel.
Aku Ciro, bukan Alves.
Kalau digabung menjadi
Mikel Ciro.
Yeay, udah lumayan dapat lah ya chemistry-nya ya. Kali ini kita akan challenge kalian buat makan ramennya maksimal 2 menit. Iya, kelamaan ya? 30 detik kali ya? Oh, salah ya? Oke, kalau gitu 2 menit kalian harus menghabiskan. Kalau nggak habis nanti dilihat yang paling sedikit siapa. Dan yang menang nanti akan mendapatkan 2000 Diamond Mobile Legends Bang Bang. So, are you ready? Sudah siap? Oke, apa-apa dari aku ya. Ichi, ni, san, hai, silakan. Oke, kita sudah melihat ya, kedua kandidat kita makan 30 detik. Betul, jadi 30 detik ya. 20, 19, kayaknya buka bungkusnya aja 30 detik nih baru selesai sih. Oke.
Aku makan telur.
Kenal telurnya?
Yuk, boleh ya. 2, 1. Oke, ini ala-ala mukbang banget ya. Ya, harus geleng-geleng dong palanya kalau enak. Nah, enggak. Cukup, nanti geger otak ya. Udah, yang ini jangan kesurupan dulu. Ayo dimakan.
Ini kerupuk Kak?
Ramen Kak, ayo dihabiskan. Ini ada suara ASMR-nya nggak sih? Ya, ngecapnya ya Boy ya. Oh, kan kesel kan?
Enak banget.
Oh, enak banget. Oke, keep eating. Ayo. Oke. Kita sudah melihat kedua kompetitor ini kayak bersaing dengan cukup alot sepertinya ya melihatnya ya.
Apakah kamu masih lapar, Ciro?
Oh, berbagi. Dalam kompetisi memang kita harus saling berbagi ya. Oke, agak semuanya ya Kak ya. Nggak apa-apa. 2000 diamond. Ayo Miguel. Ayo, kalian dukung siapa? Tinggalkan namanya di kolom komentar di bawah. Ayo ASMR lagi, ASMR. Minimal kalau minyak nggak habis, ASMR-nya ada lah ya. Oh, diseruput. Begitu nikmat ya.
Apakah kamu masih lapar, Ciro?
Sangat masih.
Dikasih juga dong dagingnya sekalian.
Nih sekalian.
Oke, kita hitung mundur ya. 3, 2, 1, tetot. Yeay. Kita sudah melihat, coba kita lihat dulu. Boleh diangkat bowl-nya? Oh, kamu makannya lama sekali ya, Ciro ya. Oh, bantuin aja. Oke, deketin. Jadi kita tahu ya, obviously siapa pemenangnya. Dan pemenangnya adalah Miguel. Selamat Miguel. Gimana kesan pesannya Miguel dengan kecuranganmu yang sudah kamu lakukan?
Karena saya melihat teman saya Ciro lapar, jadi saya mengasihinya.
Oh, mengasihinya. Dan kamu mendapatkan 2000 diamond ya?
Alhamdulillah, makasih.
Alhamdulillah ya.
Makasih ya Ciro ya.
Oke, makasih banyak
Punya aku
loh ya.
masih
Nih,
banyak
kalau
loh.
kuahnya mau boleh, minumnya boleh sekalian juga dikasih. Iya. Selamat mukbang ya Ciro ya. Dan itu dia tadi keseruan kita di Ramen Eating Challenge with Hawkband. Kalau kalian mau ikutan juga keseruannya, langsung datang aja ke MPL Arena. Langsung mukbang bareng ya. Nanti ditemenin Miguel dan juga Shiro diuyup. Nah, cakep. Jadi jangan lupa langsung datang aja. Dan kita akan melihat di game kedua kali ini, di match kedua kali ini, derby klasik. Siapakah yang akan bisa memenangkannya? Silakan.
Live from MPL Arena, Jakarta. MPL Indonesia Season 15 is powered by Moonton. Supported by Esports Federation of Indonesia. Presented by official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet GoPay. Official sponsor Head & Shoulders. Official coffee Good Day. We own this.
Di malam minggu, para shinobi telah berkumpul. Mereka bersatu. Mereka sedang ramai membicarakan akan seperti apa Derby Classic di leg yang kedua. Kedua tim memiliki rivalitas tertua di MPL Indonesia. Dan semuanya mengharapkan yang terbaik. Namun, hanya akan ada satu yang menjadi pemenangnya. So, shinobi, siaplah untuk menyambut Derby Classic di leg kedua MPL Indonesia Season 15. Tim EVOS dan juga tim RRQ, kita tahu rivalitas mereka begitu memanas dari season ke season. Apalagi di kali ini, di season 15, mereka telah bertemu di leg yang pertama dalam kondisi yang lagi kuat-kuatnya. Posisi top 2, mereka berhadapan satu sama lain dan RRQ mendapatkan kemenangan dengan 2-1. Namun, di leg kedua ini kondisi sedikit berbeda. Dari tim RRQ memang masih berada di pucuk, namun tim EVOS mereka terlihat goyang dari segi performanya. Bukan hanya goyang, namun mereka terjun bebas sampai ke posisi yang ke-7. Jadi, kalau boleh bilang ini akan menjadi tantangan terbesar bagi tim EVOS untuk bisa mendapatkan poin kemenangan, untuk bisa mendapatkan slot ke babak playoff. Posisi playoff masih terbuka untuk semua tim. 8 tim akan berjuang untuk 6 slot babak playoff. Jadi kalau kita ngebahas tentang playoff, jadi pasti akan ramai banget. Kita akan membahas banyak sekali dari Derby Classic pun demikian. Kita nggak bisa lupakan bahwa Derby Classic sudah ada dari season-season yang lalu. Jadi untuk menemani Bude di MPL Arena sudah hadir pula satu sosok yang begitu melegenda. Bukan hanya di MPL namun juga di Mobile Legends. Dia adalah panutan, dia adalah seorang legenda. Dia adalah seorang yang full power. Langsung saja kita sapa bersama-sama Jazz No Limit. Wah. Halo. Emang spesial ya kalau Derby Classic di sini ada Jazz No Limit. Halo Jazz No Limit, apa kabar?
Halo, baik. Apa kabar, Bude?
Baik juga. Mungkin mau disapa dulu nggak sih Jazz No Limit yang ada di sini dan yang lagi nonton?
Halo semuanya. Apa kabar? Kalian dukung siapa nih? EVOS atau RRQ?
Waduh, di sini langsung pada rame nih. Ada yang jawab RRQ, ada yang jawab EVOS. Tapi kalau Jazz No Limit ya, kita kan ngebahas Derby Classic pasti nggak akan lekang dari yang namanya Jazz No Limit. Dulu sewaktu di EVOS, membela EVOS, Jazz No Limit ngelihat RRQ gimana sih?
Ngelihat RRQ itu kuat ya, spesial, kuat, dan fanbase dari RRQ itu sendiri juga banyak banget dari dulu sampai sekarang. Jadi merupakan tim yang spesial dan lawan yang spesial.
Dari zaman dulu berarti ya season 1 sampai season 3. Tapi Jazz No Limit kenapa sih bisa beda nih RRQ dengan tim-tim lainnya?
Karena kemarin saya ketemu dengan CEO-nya ya, Pak Ape. Jadi Pak Ape ini menurut saya luar biasa sekali ya, membentuk komunitas RRQ dari dulu sampai sekarang. Dan Pak Ape kan juga ngadain nobar ya, jadi saya ya salut banget lah sama Pak Ape itu bisa ngadain nobar di daerah-daerah gitu ya. Jadi komunitasnya benar-benar kuat banget dibentuk oleh Pak Ape dan Kingdom.
Oh, berarti bisa dibilang ini juga kalau bisa dibilang Derby Classic itu ramai karena dua fanbase yang kuat banget dari RRQ dengan Kingdom yang begitu solid, yang di berbagai daerah ada. EVOS Fam juga demikian. Berarti gitu ya Jazz ya awal mulanya? Oke, tapi kalau kilas balik tentang Just No Limit, ada nggak sih ada momen ikonik nggak yang kamu ingat di Derby Classic Jazz?
Momen ikoniknya sebetulnya mungkin kita ini kan rival ya kalau misalkan di game gitu. Nah cuman sebetulnya kalau misalkan di luar game itu kita berteman sih. Kita berteman, kita saling ketemu, bercanda.
Itu yang bikin beda juga ya, walaupun kayak di in-game kita lihat gontok-gontokan, nggak ada yang mau ngalah, kalah dari tim lain nggak apa-apa, tapi kalau ada yang ini nggak boleh. Tapi ternyata semuanya bersahabat, tapi kita mau ngebahas sesuatu yang spesial Jess. Dari masa ke masa, Derby Classic itu ikonnya juga berubah-ubah. Dan kalau dari yang kita bahas, kita akan langsung lihat bareng-bareng ya Jess ya. Kilas balik nih, dari Derby Classic di era mana nih Jess yang paling berkesan atau paling suka yang mana sih Jess?
Paling suka ya? Kalau menurut saya sih semuanya ya, semua era saya suka gitu. Karena EVOS dan RRQ itu spesial banget menurut saya. Jadi tidak terikat oleh sosok seseorang siapa, tapi lebih ke timnya ya. Jadi tim RRQ dan EVOS ini tidak terikat oleh seseorang, tapi memang timnya itu spesial gitu ya. Ya walaupun siapapun playernya, kan match itu seru gitu.
Wah, tak lekang oleh regenerasi saja, tak lekang oleh masa aja. Jadi ini semuanya kalau dari season 1 sampai 3, Lemon dan Just No Limit, rivalitasnya itu bener-bener berasa banget. Keinget momen-momen itu nggak Jess?
Keinget ya.
Begitu berkesan pastinya, tapi juga di selanjutnya ada Bang Sin dan juga Wan, lalu ada ada R7, Anti-Maze, dan baby-baby di sini muncul juga season 7 sampai 9. Tapi sekarang nih, kalau ngelihat dari regenerasinya, dari musim ke musim, sekarang kita berada di Albert dan Susujin yang kayak tukeran ya Jess ya, berdua ini. Dan kalau kamu ngelihat regenerasi dari EVOS dan RRQ gimana sih Jess?
Regenerasinya kuat-kuat ya, kuat-kuat. Jadi setiap season kan pasti ada kalanya naik, ada turun gitu ya. Cuman pastinya kuat-kuat sih.
Berarti rivalitasnya masih kental juga nggak Jess?
Iya.
Jadi memang kayak siapapun playernya, mereka selalu bisa membawa player yang kuat dari musim ke musim, nomor Just No Limit. Tapi kalau ngelihat sekarang Jess, di leg pertama, EVOS dan RRQ beradu tuh pas lagi posisi 1 dan 2. Tapi di leg kedua ini Jess, EVOS lagi berada di posisi 7, posisi yang sulit. Sebagai mantan pro player dan seorang legenda. Gimana sih Jess kamu ngelihatnya?
Mungkin setiap masa itu kan ada naik, ada turun. Jadi ya kita doakan yang terbaik ya untuk kedua tim. Ya semoga bisa memberikan yang terbaik dan penonton bisa puas.
Jess kasih ini dong saran atau mungkin dari biar bangkit nih dari mungkin dari segi strategi, dari segi gameplay atau dari segi mentalitas.
Sarannya mereka udah jago-jago lah, mereka udah jago-jago jadi sepertinya gak butuh saran ya. Jadi mungkin karena ini kedua tim kan sama-sama kuat gitu. Jadi sama-sama kuat ya kita mendoakan yang terbaik untuk kedua tim.
Mendoakan yang terbaik, kita pasti ingin yang terbaik untuk keduanya. Tapi kalau ngelihat dari klasik derby leg kedua ini kan kayaknya ini EVOS butuh banget semangat dari Just No Limit nih. Jazz Effect akan dimunculkan kah untuk leg kedua ini Jazz?
Semangat EVOS, semangat juga RRQ. Ya jadi saya mendoakan kedua tim.
Mendoakan kedua tim, ada nggak harapan khusus nih untuk derby klasik hari ini Jazz?
Harapannya semoga kedua tim bisa memberikan yang terbaik dan dengan kedua tim memberikan yang terbaik, kita penonton jadinya puas gitu ya, mendapatkan gameplay yang sangat-sangat sengit misalkan gitu.
Oke, harapan sudah semoga dilancarkan juga oleh kedua tim. Tapi thank you banget Just No Limit udah bergabung bersama kami di MPL Arena. Kita semua rindu Just No Limit dan thank you Just No Limit.
Terima kasih Bude dan tim MPL.
Thank you. Dan itulah dia Just No Limit yang memang mewarnai MPL dari musim 1 sampai 3, namun namanya juga masih berkibar di ranah Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Dan kalau kita melihat bagaimana kedua tim ini akan beradu, ekspektasi tentu tinggi. Kedua tim harus membayar apa yang harus mereka lakukan. Di leg pertama khususnya EVOS harus membayar kekalahan mereka. Namun untuk RRQ memang ingin mempertahankan kemenangan dan memberikan tekanan bahwa mereka memang berada di pucuk. Mereka memang harus bisa membuktikan diri. Dan sebelum itu, sebelum kita memasuki bagaimana jalannya pertempuran dari kedua ninja, kita izinkan Bude mengucapkan terima kasih kepada para super fans yang sudah hadir. Yang udah, wah MPL Arena penuh banget di sini. Dari Kingdom dulu nih, Kingdom! Makin ramai, tapi dari pojok sini kita udah ngeliat juga dari fans yang udah mulai berkumpul. Sudah mulai biru-biru, mana nih semangat dari EVOS Fams? Makin semangat juga pastinya karena MPL Indonesia Season 15 powered by Moonton. Supported by PBSI, presented by official turnamen smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet GoPay, official sponsor Head and Shoulder, dan official coffee partner Good Day. Kita juga punya partner ini sports ada Telkomsel, Dunia Games, dan IndiHome. Bersama dengan advertiser Kacang Sukro dan Hawkband. Tak lupa pula supplier kita RSV Helmet. Semuanya pasti udah gak sabar, Bude juga pengen cepet-cepet melihat bagaimana Land of Dawn akan diguncang. Jalan ninja apa yang akan dijalankan oleh kedua tim. Seperti apa misi dari keduanya, misi untuk mendapatkan kemenangan di Classic Derby. Jadi sambutlah ini dia, Derby Classic MPL Indonesia Season 15. A rivalry that transcends a generation. Since Season 1 up until this point, Season 15, we will once again bear witness to yet another classic derby between RRQ Hoshi and EVOS. Welcome back, Shinobis, to the English desk here at MPL ID Season 15 with me, Eternal, alongside with Mirko as well as Arashi. And we're going straight into the fray here. Number 1 and number 7, a stark contrast to when we saw them in leg number 1.
Dude, in leg number 1, we actually thought that this would be the battle of number 1 against number 2. They had a whole asset where we brought in, I think, the Season 4 standings again, where Alter Ego, EVOS, and RRQ were top 3. But it seems time has really changed these teams. Not for RRQ, they're still number 1, but EVOS, oh man, are they in a bad lose streak currently.
So how will they be able to come back here in leg number 2? Because in leg number 1, it was a 2-1 victory for the side of RRQ. Will it be the same story? Please put in your votes in the live chat. We do want to know what you guys think as we ask our wonderful analyst, Arashi, what do you think?
Honestly, right now, I'm not too sure what to think. Because in a sense, EVOS previously, they were up closer and it seemed still that RRQ was still super dominant. But since then, right, EVOS with a couple of losses, with some really unexpected losses, has went down. So now I was thinking, okay, you know, RRQ's got this. But RRQ themselves got taken out as well. So far, it's been proven by teams in the MPL that they are no longer untouchable. And when you crack the first 0, that's usually a chain effect. And the team will just look a lot more predictable, a lot more solvable. So I'm concerned, but I believe in RRQ.
Believe in RRQ, of course.
Yes, sir.
It's okay. That's the Kingdom mentality here. But I think a lot of people are actually thinking the same. If we take a little flashback into a Season 1 to Season 3, we're looking at a match history of 0-5. So RRQ has won the better most of that generation between, you know, Just No Limit, who was interviewed up on stage with Bude, as well as Mr. Lemon.
Right, and afterwards, in Seasons 4 to 6, it's kind of equal. Where we come in as casters was in Season 7 to Season 9. So that was where, oh man, this was a very exciting time, I must say. I might be biased because we joined MPL at about this time as well. But R7 and Anti-Mage Man, that was a very cool, like cinematic type rivalry between them. And then afterwards, Albert and Versik, you know, still intense, but I really feel like Anti-Mage R7 was something else, man. In the current one though, some people are definitely having mixed feelings because, you know, it seems like they've switched places. We talked about this in the last Classic Derby, but what happened? How did we end up here?
In that picture alone, man, you saw the Albert and Versik one. Albert is an EVOS player, and Versik was an RRQ player, right? So it's crazy to see how things have unfolded here in MPL Indonesia. The transfers as well. Sutsujin, once branded as the prodigy, another one of the many EVOS jungler prodigies. But, you know, a fun story, a fun fact is Albert trialed for EVOS before he trialed for RRQ.
Interesting. But he ended up with RQ first.
Yes, but now he's an EVOS, so
he's back.
Full circle.
Oh, wow. So let's see what you guys thought about that previous question. What does EVOS need to do in order to win the second Classic Derby here? In Season 15, it looks like 62% have voted use Onyx Blueprint. Now let's break that down just a little bit more here. What do they mean by Onyx Blueprint?
Well, we've seen that, by the way, there's a reason it's not Onyx ID, because this is just Onyx in general. Onyx Philippines and Onyx ID, both these teams have been able to take down RRQ. The RRQ we see here today, I believe. No Hazel, I don't know if Chen's playing, but it looks like it's going to be Sutsujin. Take them to the late game. That's number one. That's plan number one for Onyx. Onyx Philippines, Onyx ID, they were always able to actually bring it out to the late game, some of these games, and then take control of the very sporadic late game. It's not as template as we get into the later stage of MLBB, but in the early game, that's when RRQ really has a hold on the game through their template, but very adaptive early game setups.
So that actually brings us to our next point here. Monotonic draft versus a dynamic draft in favor of Kescute, and they are the watch list because we've seen most of these matches go in a way where the drafts really set the tone. Let's say even maybe 50 to 60% of how the outcome becomes.
Well, the more dynamic your draft is, the more surprises you can have. And we've seen the power of those surprise picks. I mean, just against Onyx, the last time RRQ went up against them, even in game number 1, Coach Jeb was kind of caught off guard there. And there was a draft from Kescute that really caught everyone, talents, players, coaches off guard, that showed them the path to victory. So in that sense, the dynamic draft usually is always better. But when you're in a position like EVOS, where you have players that have their own cheese picks, it's not really as many options by all means. But when you have your own style here, and you do best when you have that style, sometimes going with something a bit more monotone is fine, as long as you can secure the important things, the critical aspects of your draft that allow you to get that game plan going. So just because one side is more dynamic doesn't mean it's always better, by all means. We've seen teams become a bit too dynamic and overthink it and overdo it in the pivoting and the drafting phase. So I really do feel like there's more possibilities if you have a dynamic draft, but it doesn't mean that when you get into the Land of Dawn, you're guaranteed the victory.
Yeah, absolutely. Which is why, again, the showdown is just so much more highlighted, right? We're putting it to the question, is flexibility the way to go in this current meta, or is sticking to what you know and sticking to comfort is how you be able to win it? We're looking at the ping test. It looks like it's Sutsujin, so I don't think that we will be seeing a substitution today.
No Hazel.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. I think there's a chance
I would have
Hazel...
sworn Hazel was in Malaysia.
What you saw was an AI-generated Hazel,
I
right?
see.
A real
I see.
Hazel somewhere in Jakarta working out. That's what he does.
He's always working out.
No, I'm joking. Hazel is in Malaysia. It's between Sutsujin and Chen. I don't think Chen is gonna debut in a Classic Derby. Now that's some crazy stuff. If it is what's happening, if maybe Sutsujin doing the ping test was a curveball, RRQ, you pulled a sneaky one on us.
Where did Chen come from?
MDL.
How do you know of his performance in MDL?
I've done a little bit of research, just going through mainly TikTok clips of him because I don't watch a lot of the MDL matches, but he was part of the roster that actually won MDL last season. With this MDL-ish lineup with Toy, it was with Toy as well. I don't think he's better than Sutsujin though, I'll be honest with you. He's an assassin player, by the way. He does really well on Ling. Pretty similar to Sutsujin, the hero pool. but I think Sutsujin is just more experienced and is the better jungler compared to Chen.
So who's the better jungler between Sutsujin and Albert?
Oh, that's a tough one.
That's a good one.
I think so far, especially with the Fanny factor, I think a lot of people are saying that it has to be Albert that's a bit more fearsome in a solo context.
Yeah.
But I guess overall, in the team, I think there's an argument to be made that it's equal. But Sutsujin isn't really as, well, to quote the asset earlier, dynamic. He won't do anything too crazy, but his consistency is actually one of the aspects that allows RRQ to have such a calculated early game aggression. Although we have already mentioned it, like Miko mentioned earlier, just because you're calculated and you're so, calm and methodical, the moment games get sporadic, they get chaotic in the late game with the mind games coming in, with the irregularities of the lanes and all that, he really does kind of fall short, and he has more activeness, independence almost. So, make what you will from that. I feel like individually, I think Albert right now has a bit more stock in his name.
Do you agree?
Joy and Haya, Sutsujin, by a long shot.
By a long shot.
So
These two.
specifically
Joy,
on certain
Haya.
heroes.
On certain heroes, it's Sutsujin, no doubt about it. But on all the other heroes, the Suyos come into the fray. Again, the Fanny, like you mentioned, Albert is the more well-rounded, I would say, when it comes to the hero pool. And Sutsujin is a bit more situational.
And he has Lucas too.
Lucas, but that's more of like both. I think Albert's better on Lucas, actually.
Exactly. So we'll see. We'll once again be put up to the test. Ladies and gentlemen, Shinobis out there, looks like RRQ are ready with their main 5. Sutsujin in the jungle, no change just yet. It's a rivalry that has spawned from generation to generation. But in leg number 2, can they stay the same?
The darkness, right to the spotlight of the kingdom. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Your Majesty, RRQ Jose!
Still with the age-old battle-tested lineup. Back for the Classic Derby. Can they get it done in dominant fashion? Mr. AP himself has mentioned they can lose to other teams, but this team, that's non-negotiable.
So will they be able to remain consistent? Will they be able to maybe look for a cleaner victory against the White Tigers? Ladies and gentlemen, here they are, looking to make a statement. Reggie, Albert, Suelo, Ki, and Erlan. It looks like Reggie is back in the EXP lane.
Reggie making a comeback right here. We're back to the Karas, the solid lineup.
7th place in the standings, but they always rise to the occasion on a classical derby. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, the lineup with Reggie and Erlan, Evos!
Fighting for their tournament lives here, their playoffs lives. They're currently sitting in the red zone at number 7. For RRQ, this would be just a hurt to their ego, a hurt to their name, a hurt to the history. But for Evos, this match will mean a lot more. We're welcoming the staff as well, coaching staff for both of the teams, Coach Keskute and NMM for RRQ. And for Evos, we have Coach Avil and Caleb.
Going toe-to-toe right here. We already mentioned the importance of the drafts for these teams here. And in a matchup like this, the pressure is definitely on. It's a bit of a vengeance match for Evos as well, after being taken out in match number, when they first met in the first leg, when they seemed to almost get it done, but RRQ were able to egg it out against them. So now is their time to really prove to the audience, to the doubters that cheer for their fall to 7th place, that they still have it in them.
And that will be proven today here. You can see both teams preparing in their battle stations. Cut to both of these junglers, 2 Jonins cross paths, once from the opposite side of the spectrum, now in their current area as well. Number 4 jungler average kills. When we're looking at these stats, Arashi, what can we extract?
Well, we can extract that Albert is a lot more reliable when it comes to that killer instinct of getting a lot of those kills, looking at the average kill being higher. But afterwards, we can tell that for the most part, Sutsujin, he has a lot more of a role to play in those neutral objectives. And RRQ this season is a team that really likes playing around the neutral objectives for the most part. But still, Albert, despite that being a factor, number 2 in the jungler total Lord. So in the late game, there's a lot more potential there for Albert to try and make something happen. That's something that RRQ definitely have to kind of be careful about.
I think the stats actually reflect what we've been talking about, right? For Evos, for RRQ. For RRQ with Sutsujin, they always play in that template style where they want to win the early game. That's why you can see a pretty horrible style when it comes to Lord raids, because they just don't get to Lords. A lot of the late game Lords, they only get to like Lord 1, maybe Lord 2 sometimes, but they always end the game really quick. Albert, on the other hand, he's had a fair share of really long games, but his Savage record is quite ridiculous.
So far, 4 Savages right here, and in their respective, if you look at it, he's, man, he was able to do it in like so many different timelines, basically, if you want to put it that way. And that's crazy, man. Number 1 most Savages in MPL Indonesia, 4 Savages, each with a different lineup technically, so that's kind of ridiculous.
MPL ID Season 7, 6 minute. Is that like the total amount of, like the total duration of that game?
I think that was at the 6 minute, I believe.
Oh, okay.
I think so, yes.
Yeah.
It's 6 minutes for a game. What?
Getting a Link Savage at 6 minutes though, dang.
It was an Angeling, I remember that one. It's ridiculous. It was up against a very good Alter Ego side as well. It was an Alter Ego that was still kind of like win streaking in Season 7.
Well, that's everyone's wondering, how does Mirko remember? But he does. But Evo's is mastermind right here, Avil. Number 2, blue side win rate at 60%, so you can expect a lot of those cryo heroes. I feel like Evos with Avil like to really pressure and force their opposition to kind of react to them. Well, the King's mastermind here, Cascute. Number 1 on the blue side, number 1 on the red side as well. They've been doing really good this season. But after the last loss they experienced, I think Cascute definitely recognizes that there are some problems in the team that needs to be fixed. The question is, has he done enough here to guarantee the result almost, or are we still going to see the same kind of weaknesses that we've already highlighted now, possibly being available for Evos to use? The keys to victory here for Evos by the Samsung Galaxy S25 series is don't be too overhyped and lose to RRQ again, because they've seen great moments where they snowball in the early game, and then in the late game, sometimes they just go a bit too ham to try and secure the win for themselves. You gotta get some more patience in their game plan and focus on strong fundamentals in creative drafting. Again, they don't really have to overthink it. Just go with what makes sense. Have the flexibility that they have with their hero pools and make sure they adjust accordingly. For RRQ, be ready to face Evos' Crass lineup again. This is the lineup that people say is the strongest in theory, on paper. And don't be afraid to explore Toys' heroes beyond the Granger and the Harriet. This guy has shown great potential in the laning phase. Now in this matchup again, with Erlan as an opposition, get something maybe extra spicy, extra flexible, and get that good laning phase for Toy to really start a snowball going on, perhaps even solo.
Okay, that's what we're looking at for both of the teams. As we look at the first pick selection here, and it will be for RRQ. So RRQ will be on blue side this time around. With this being the fact, do you think we're going to be seeing heroes like Fanny maybe forced open, or do you think it's going to be banned?
That's a good question. I think for... Well, it's going to be second pick for Evos. I believe they will let go of the Fanny. There's still a slight chance that Sutsujin plays the Fanny. Again, it's not like his Fanny is horrible. It's just like when he's up against the top tier teams, mainly Onyx Philippines with King Kong on Fanny, Onyx ID with Kyrie on Fanny, they're the ones who always have to ban it out. But against Evos, they might try to play it.
They might try to play it, but would they be willing to let it go? That's the other question as well. Do they feel like they can get ahead of that Fanny, shut it down using drafts? Even though they're up against Albert's Fanny, which we've seen, man, it's just a lot more explosive, a lot more dangerous in the early game.
Yeah, we're looking at heroes like the Lucas even become a probability to be picked up for the jungle, especially reflecting on our previous match. We saw, what, 3-4 junglers being banned out in the first phase. So heroes like the Lucas might actually pop up, and it's a signature for Albert as well. Let's just get straight into the drafting phase for game number 1, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S25 series. And looks like Fanny will not be left open by RRQ. Cascute has banded out.
All right, Ranger and Fanny for RRQ. Great respect already. But for Evos, also the chip and the joy immediately. In the previous match, we saw the Lo Yi show up as well in the banning phase. I believe Dewa first phase ban that Lo Yi. So we'll see if RRQ want to explore that potential as well. If they are a team that indeed wants to use that macro-heavy style.
And we've seen Rins do so well on the Luo Yi, right? That's not a hero I think the White Tigers would actually want to leave open. Chip ban, Joy ban, what else do we usually see in the first phase? Suyo, Matilda. So Matilda gets taken out first, and now Evos, they have to make a decision.
For Evos, I think they're going to have to ban the Haya. It's been a very good choice, but honestly, looking at it again, Kalea comes up too. Edok has been able to utilize it really well. And I think RRQ will prioritize Kalea over the Hayabusa as a first pick. So technically Evos can be the ones to snatch the Hayabusa to deny it away from RRQ.
Or if they want to, they can trade for the Harith potentially. We've seen the Harith be so prio in today's matches, and it's still a very good pick. We talked about how RRQ might want to explore different options for Toy. But again, against the Harith, it's always a bit of a skill matchup. Evos actually respect the potential immediately. So now RRQ, they have the window open to go for the Kalea, the Hayabusa. Look at Kimi! Wow. What? Kimi, first pick? What? This means Evos can go for the Haya, and they can go for the Kalea still now.
Not just that, but also the Luo Yi. The Luo Yi has been super groundbreaking for both of these teams, I believe. But that, in turn, has also not been prioritized. I wonder what the idea behind the Kimi is. Do they want to utilize that flexibility, that flex pick?
That might be the idea. It's a bit more vague compared to like an immediate Hayabusa. As predicted, wow, Evos go for the Kalea, but the Valentina very early on. Interesting.
Set up to Lucas.
Exactly. If they can go for the Lucas if they want, and they've already denied it away from RRQ, so that's still showing their hand very early on though. But now RRQ, what's the response then? If they're predicting a Lucas Valentina here to come through for Evos, definitely something that can help sustain in the front line, because otherwise that Lucas is gonna spin out of control.
And that's a Hayabusa picked up. The signature pick for Sutsujin and the Hylos alongside the Suyo for Evos. We're seeing 3 Naruto characters today. What a treat!
Wow.
Can you imagine if RRQ go for the Veil and we have all 4?
Okay, that would... Okay, they gotta go Naruto first though. I don't think it fits anymore. There's a Balan on the other side, right? There's no way to go Naruto. Veil. I'm not too sure about that either, but they have the power couple. Well, the Suyo against Haya is pretty good, but whoa! Skylar in the building!
With his fiancée.
His fiancée!
Congratulations, Skylar and Diva.
Happy for him, for sure. We miss him in the land of Dawn, though.
Me too.
But you know, he's having a great time. And he's here to really witness his team. And looking at the cheer for your team segment right here, RRQ, a little bit of an advantage here, but Evo's not falling too far behind.
They're almost 2 times ahead, man.
I mean, they're fighting back. It's still climbing up.
All right, Glue banned out, Jushin banned out in the second phase. We're looking at the next ban coming in from Evos, and that answer will be the Phobius.
Right. Phobius taken away from RRQ. They're respectful of the fact that Dyren might go on it. It's a high impact hero onto Dyren. My main question immediately though is Evos, do they want to go and fight fire with fire, fight the early game aggression with their own aggression, or do they want to take a more reactive counter heavy style? Because we've seen some teams go and use that as a solution because they know that RRQ are always looking for those big plays, big moments, right? So if you have something that can punish those attempts, that usually works out fine against Edok and Dyren.
They want to ban the Gatot Kacha away from Evos. Evos, with the Kalea already on the hands of Key, something that can actually just follow up, give them a little bit more sustain, and can deal with the Haya would be great. Yes, they do. Both Gs taken out of Regi's game, Gatot Kacha and Glue.
So now what will be the first pick here for the White Tigers in the second phase of the drafts? We're looking at a potential gold lane pick, as well as either
Yeah.
EXP or roam?
There's some flex potential there. Off the bat, I really feel like this is going to be a Kalea for Key, though.
Should be.
If that's the idea, usually Edith pops up for Reggie.
Yeah.
But do they want to get something that's a bit more prio before that? That's the question.
Maybe that was a setup with the Valentina as well, right? So in case there's a Edith, Lucas, or even a Luo Yi pick from the other side.
Moskov.
All right.
This is a pick that actually was criticized heavily last time in the first leg of the Classic Derby,
Yeah.
the Spear of Literal Destruction, but not for the enemy team, for their own team. Erlan was getting a ton of hate after that match, so this is truly going to be redemption if he's able to pull off the Moskov against RRQ.
Now for RRQ, 2 final picks. We're finally going to see where this Kimi is going to go. I feel like it has to go in the... Whoa, hang on a second.
No way.
No, no way. There's no way.
Okay, Badang.
Okay. Yep. Okay, that makes a bit more sense. I was thinking that Kimi most likely will go into the mid lane. And now with the Badang already shown, good engage, good chase available already. Final pick here that they've left us wondering about, it is going to be the Luo Yi.
Yeah.
All right.
I had a feeling.
That's a lot of magical damage though, but they do have the Sutsujin Hayabusa to apply that physical damage. It's looking like a really balanced composition actually.
So will it be the Edith pick for Evos? Will they try to utilize the Edith here for Reggie, a signature pick? Or are they gonna go for a wild pick? Up against a Luo Yi. This is signature RRQ really. The fundamentals, like we've kind of mentioned earlier, Badang and Hylos. It's a setup for Dyron. Should be Badang Edok, right? And yeah, as expected, it will be the Edith to come out of Evos. Both teams playing with comfort, it seems.
Yeah, falling back to old patterns. But we're looking at really good team fight composition from RRQ, especially in the early stage of the game, right? They have the Luo Yi, even pre-level 4, very strong, good base damage. And it's against a Suyo in the jungle as well.
I think the early game is going to be quite brutal for Evos. With the early game level 1, level 2 of the Luo Yi, with the Hayabusa in the hands of Sutsujin, and with the Badang to really enable the whole team, I feel like RRQ have the tools available to really hardcore pressure Evos and prevent them from really having a lot of momentum in the early game.
Lineup rating favors the White Tigers here for game number 1. So take that with what you will. We'll see exactly how the players actually implement and execute their game plan in the game. So ladies and gentlemen, once again, a rivalry that transcends generations. Welcome to the second Classic Derby of MPL ID Season 15. It's RRQ and Evos.
Will it be revenge or repeat? Will RRQ be able to repeat their success in leg number 1? Or will the Tigers climb out of that 7th place position in the standings with Erlan on the Moskov? In the mid lane already, a skirmish happening. Revitalize used up Key. Caught in the bad spot, but it's prio for RRQ.
That's the wave you're talking about, especially with Edok actually on the Hylos. That's a whole different look. It won't be as dynamic, but Toy with the Kimi in the gold lane, applying a lot of pressure there towards Erlan. Remember, that's another extra pick-off tool that RRQ can use. So Evos, they gotta be a bit more careful. But right now, especially if they are on curve, I think the Kalea is a stronger engage tool compared to the Hylos, obviously. Before level 4 though, I think Evos have to try and find something here before these diversions from RRQ start making their presence known.
That's a big problem, right? Because technically both teams are kind of reliant on that level 4, right? Kalea with the Tsunami Slam will get that at level 4, but on the other side, like you mentioned, they are going to have to be aware of that level 4 power spike to hit for the side of Rins. We're taking a look at... Wait a second.
No stun on. Oh, Yin Yang reaction! Catching all of that Albert caught in the shadow kill. Sutsujin already with a double.
That's the damage that we were talking about in the drafts, especially against the Suyo that doesn't have as much protection against magic damage. Luo Yi's base with the Yin Yang reaction, it does that much damage. Now Albert has to kind of fall because of that in the early portion of the game. Going back to the emblems, we saw a lot of tenacities uniquely for the side of RRQ.
I mean, they're for sure expecting a brawl with this kind of composition. They are the ones trying to make the game messy all across the board. Dyron, though, went with the support emblem, if I saw it correctly, but look at this now. Whoa!
First shatter missing. That's going to be Albert winning the retreat battle, though. Edok on the bad spot. Now Dyron able to get a punch in. Flickers out the safety. Reggie still wants to go for more. That pathway really gave Evos an entrance.
Interesting chain of events. Albert being able to pick up the neutral objective, and it looks like they're utilizing that pressure to look for something else on the map. Despite Toy having a better time against Erlan because of the range, Evo still want to try and punish that. Suelo already rotating towards the bottom side of the map.
Edok will spot them out, though. Won't really be going for a play. Oh, diversion.
Suelo caught on the bad spot. The quad shadow does land. Yin Yang reaction. Not there just yet. Rins. Uh-oh, has to purify, but you cannot purify out of the Soul Sever. Albert on the board.
Interesting move there. RRQ get in position, but then it seems like they saw the amount of people, the amount of players for EVOs congregating around that area, and decided to bail. Unfortunately for Rins, though, on a hero like the Loyi, you can't really go anywhere once you've committed that far deep. So EVOs, they won the neutral objective steal, and now they had a gold advantage despite RRQ laying down that pressure.
So yeah, exactly. Like the chain of events for RQ was already really, really good, and I guess maybe Rins wanted to go for the gamble, but it's actually been able to put the White Tigers, Evos here, back on the board, equalizing the early game pressure that RQ had been able to put. Talent prediction by Gope. We're hearing a lot of oohs in the MPL arena. It looks like what? Oh,
Mr.
Papung
Pulong
and Mirko.
Yeah,
for
part of the Pulong
Evos.
train now.
Oh.
But it's not because I'm anti-RRQ, unlike Pulong apparently. I really think Evos have a shot.
I feel like whenever it's the classic derby we're talking about, it somehow always feels like there is a shot. Even when both teams are at their lowest, they find some way to show up. But look at Erlan getting shredded down here. This Kimi is an absolute bully in the lane. But now Evos make the play onto the turtle.
Rin's going to be spotted as well. Now Glorious pathway into the backline. Albert will be able to jump in forward, but it's going to be... Oh, wow! Still a retreat win! Got the bad spot! Oh, still revitalized. Albert will be taken down. Sutsujin on a killing spree, but now the leftovers are there for Reggie. And onward to lock Edok down. And it's a kill back. Turtle and a kill. Sutsujin, though, will get the purple buff.
Well, you might be right here. I mean, looking at how things have progressed, Reggie gets caught.
Oh, Reggie, this one is an interesting move. Flickers out. Dyron gonna walk up again. That's a flicker and a pin down. Reggie still able to get the Earth Shatter down, but Darius recalls on him down below. Not even a kill. Key cut down by Toy. Slowly but surely getting rid of that HP bar. Diversion. Dyron and Rins takes it. Erlan is able to escape with Key.
So the diversion really isn't used to be sneaky to set up something without being seen. It's really used just for quick rotations here. Spear of Destruction, but it won't be taken. Hopefully not. RRQ are gonna try and pressure for this bottom turret, but they won't be allowed to. All things considered, against the notorious Sutsujin Hayabusa, against a diversion, with Toy bullying Erlan in the lane, Evos isn't doing too bad with 2 turtles to their name.
Absolutely, they're trading back really, really well. The fact that Sutsujin has been unable to get the neutral objectives early, and the Suyo commit actually lands them the neutral objectives. It's going according to plan for Evos. We're looking at already 1 item under the belt of Erlan, despite being in that lane against the Kimi. Only a 200 gold lead. Wait a second.
Jumps to the back. There's a Purify there. He's gonna be stunned up as well. Now he's gonna take it down. Toy picks up the kill. Reggie with the Primal Wrath already. 1-0 for RRQ.
All-in trade with a lot of ultimates used there. But against RRQ right now, with the Glorious Pathway and Revitalize combo, it's just a bit too much there. Key, unfortunately, has to fall. The Purifiers were available for RRQ, so that is something that Evos really have to time really, really well. Because the fights are gonna go differently depending on who doesn't really have a Purify available on the side of RRQ.
Absolutely. You can see Sky Piercer already built in for Toy, as well as second item.
Sway low is able to escape. There's no instant initiator. Sutsujin on the quad channel and the shadow kill on Reggie. Oh, Primal Wrath cancel! Dyron! Wow, he got the shot, he got the punch before that. Dyron though, now no fist crack. Tsunami Slam locking him down. Still, Albert will be the one forced to get out of the situation. Sutsujin with his first turtle this game. It's gonna be a turret though, taken by the minions up top. Dyron, again, locking Key. He won't be able to jump out of this one. Toy first sack on the Sky Piercer, a tier 1 in the mid lane, and a diversion down below. Erlan, can you escape? Has to purify, will be able to purify, but not from the damage. Edok gets the kill. That's a diversion, responded over. Now it's gonna be Rinz, caught in the bad spot. Reggie, Primal Rat over. Diver with the pin down, but it's only on the 2, and it's gonna be Sway Low, who's still in the back. Diver low, shoots again! Killing free, Sway Low! Whoa, with a flicker! And it's a shutdown for Reggie and a Maniac!
What in the world is going on? That was a long-drawn skirmish. 4 members from the side of RRQ taken out. Albert and Erlan as well. Who was that worth it for?
It's hard to tell. I mean, RRQ got the gold lead so far with all that happening. Let's take a look at the replay first, presented by the official tournament smartphone. It's a full-on dive towards Erlan here. He lived for a bit too long, and then here Rinz, the main damage dealer in the early game, gets taken out immediately. But look at what happens here. The fact that the Primal Rat was popped by Reggie, and he's able to just free hit the whole time here. Gets a Maniac, gets a shutdown. He's not gonna be the main carry though in the late game, so the fact that he has 6 kills to his name is kinda insane. Suitsujin has 4. So, I mean, when you look at it that way on who gets the kills, I gotta say it might be worth it for RRQ.
Have we seen an EXP lane pick up a Maniac this season?
I don't think so.
Right?
I don't remember any so far off the bat. So yeah, that's definitely an impressive moment there. But you're seeing both teams really willing to just go toe-to-toe and keep going for those fights. RRQ wanted to play that calculated style. They pushed the wave below, they're rooting with a diversion. I think that play by EVOS really caught them off guard there. They failed to notice that part of the reason why they won so hard was that Sway Low did not have a combat ultimate. Now with the Lord up, they're already getting bursted down. RRQ.
They're trying to blitz it. Reggie looking for a play, doesn't have the flicker. He will jump in, but won't be able to get a trade. EVOS lose out on the Lord. RRQ, 2,000 gold ahead.
All right, 9 minutes in, we're looking at how the tides have shifted quite a bit. And it's a wonder, right? There's a young man from the Philippines that really dislikes the Valentina blind, but this is exactly the value that the Valentina can have in the game, right? The fact that Sway Low was able to utilize that diversion to create something of an equal trade with RRQ has been insane.
Ooh.
And the fact is, with this Lord push, they can actually try and look for something similar.
So far, really good by EVOS. They're able to actually get the Lord low enough for it to not take down the tier 2. And RRQ haven't really managed the waves where it could actually shove in all together. Albert was able to control up top. Reggie now looking for a position, does have the flicker, might be looking for it. Earth Shatter only knocking up the purple buff. Edok not looking for the sun. Reggie with the backward.
Oh!
Uh-oh! He able to find Rinz. He does have the Purify, so Nami-san coming down with the Purify, already used up Sway Low. Put down the glorious pathway. Tyrant. He with the flicker out.
Really respecting the potential there for the catch of RRQ. Man, RRQ though are using this, again, the divergence just for quick rotations to really get a footing in the jungle of EVOS. So despite the fact that it's kind of equal, look at that pick-off attempt there. Man, the Kimi is a very underrated engage tool, and I think a lot of people really need to start respecting it a bit longer, especially with the kind of follow-up that RRQ have in this game. EVO's got to be really, really careful.
So much that you would consider it as first pick prio?
I don't know if I would go that far, but I'm talking more about the engage potential there. It's great because it can be flexed as well, right? I don't think any of us were really expecting a toy retarding it. Erlando
Purifies out of the way. Tier 2 taken down. That's a stolen one from Sway Low. He's only able to catch Edok though, so for RRQ, it's all fine and dandy. A win. 4,000 gold lead now.
All I need to do is hold on to this. Swift Trinity already built in for Erlan. Is that enough for them to look for a comeback?
I think the issue right now is that Erlan hasn't really been able to walk up and deal damage reliably thus far. No real big moment for him to actually output all that damage just yet. Because even in a fight, all his basic attacks can kind of, go through the whole team. So they can't really frontline. Reggie though gets caught.
Has the flicker, will be able to flicker out to safety. But that is another resource burnt out. Diversion. Where is it going? Up top it will be. Suitsujin takes the purple buff away from Albert. Key. Tsunami Slime over to Dyron. Will they be able to follow up in time? Dyron's going to be taken out by Albert, who gets the execution. Will run the wrong way though. Sway Low takes the glorious pathway. Not a good trade for Evos. XP for jungle.
Uh-oh, no retribution means that they should be happy to let this go, right? Edok looking for a zone.
Whoa, he gets chunked quite low. Key jumps into the midst of it. Also, Jin able to look for the quad shadow. Won't be able to go for the shadow kill. Now it's gonna be Key still in the back. Reggie dealing so much damage. That's a purify out from Ridge. Reggie taking very low. Gets a shutdown in the bottom side of the map. And RRQ, all of a sudden, they're the ones on the back foot.
2-for-1 trade there. Well, 2-for-0 rather. And that's going to be another reset for the neutral objective take. You saw that Toy was doing his best as well to take members of EVOS down. But unfortunately, even with that, they were unable. Maybe now with the Divine Glaive, things could end up differently.
Uh-oh. Key's looking for another Tsunami Slam. Lord held down by Evos. This should be free unless Siren is somehow able to make a crazy play happen. Diversion coming down with a Tsunami Slam as well. That's going to be Rinse and Ida walking up. Albert with Retribution, securing it now. Reggie caught in the net reaction. Toy gets the shutdown. Evos, the call is to back away, and they will just lose their frontliner in Reggie.
And that's a great play by Evos right there. RRQ, despite getting Albert, I really feel that I feel like they failed to recognize that they use almost all of their ultimates right there. Evos still had theirs up for the fight, so they went in to try and stop RRQ, and RRQ obliged them in a fight because they felt they have the man advantage perhaps, and that's where they started really losing in that fight. With that sway of events now, Evos has the Lord. It will get cleared out though, so it's still not the worst case scenario for RRQ, but they have definitely lost a lot of momentum off the back of that sequence of events.
It was a 3,000 plus gold lead earlier on. That's a diversion play from RRQ. Some damage onto Rins, but not too much to take him down. But going back to the gold lead, shrunken down to only 1,600, 1,800 here. And making it even bigger possibility for the White Tigers to come back. Suelo opted for Divine Glaive on top of everything as well.
There's just a Wishing Lantern too on the Valentina. I'm not sure if that's the usual item we see. Idok though.
Suelo able to get out. Good Earth Shatter to disengage. And Evos. Oh, Suelo gets caught. Doesn't have the flicker. Doesn't have the dashes anymore. But there's no follow through from RRQ. Bottom lane still pushing in. Both teams slowing it way down.
So why do you think the Wishing Lantern was built for Suelo?
I think he wanted to actually be a real threat to Tyrant and Edok in the early game. Because before Erlan can really shred them down there, it's up to the Valentina, the mid laners, to really output that damage. So I think that's where that itemization comes through. Now though, with the Divine Glaive as well, you know, to tanky or squishy members alike, Suelo is going to be doing a ton of damage right here. Looking at the gold distributions here between Toy and Erlan, so far, I mean, all things considered, I feel like Erlan, you know, has damage, but I really feel like Toy really is a lot further along in his itemization. Went to the Sky Piercer as well, so it's definitely oh man, whoa.
To look for a turret in the mid lane. The Queller lands on Rins. He's able to clear it out. Jin scouting in the bush. Finds Reggie. But again, that ain't no target. He backs away.
Well, now we're back into this, we're in this situation, Miracle, like you were talking about earlier, about how Evos are able to withstand the early game methodical play, and now we're in the late game. This is the win condition. Reggie gets jumped on. We'll be backing away. Both teams really hesitating on the full-on engage now, knowing what is at stake. 10 seconds into the Lord is in the map.
It's at this point, honestly, it could swing in either side, to either side. Sutsujin 15, Albert 15. These resources are all up. We're seeing Suelo go for
Sutsujin.
Hylos again.
Whoa. Edok going in all alone. Gets chunked. Glorious pathway cutting them off now. Or Shadow in the back. Toy will be able to escape. Reggie will go for the onward. Rinse gets taken out by Albert. Who's going to be caught in the back spot. That's going to be Shadow kill over. Sutsujin taking him away. Suelo going to be caught. Toy going crazy. Erlan on Sutsujin gets the immortality, but it's going to be the quad shadow will escape. Now Erlan against two. Will they be able to take this away? Erlan picking up the kill, and Toy gets the shutdown. Toy with a maniac, and it's a wipeout for the Kings.
16 minutes wiped out. Sutsujin and Toy, the members left from the kingdom. They're going for the end here.
Should be over. RRQ on it. The cannon minion will be enough, and RRQ take the game 16 minutes and 58 seconds. Oh boy, a Maniac traded back with a Maniac for RRQ to really end the game there. Evo's focusing on the fight overall. They failed to see Toy staying in the back, spraying everyone down. And you're seeing there the potential from a late game Kimmy. What was that damage, dude? That is damage on everyone that's in range of the spray down of the Kimmy. That is crazy. First win.
Pretty
for
gross.
Kimmy Gold in MPLID.
Full item, Holy Crystal, Divine Glaive, and he got the Sky Piercer to boot. I mean, at that point, he was already sitting on a lot of stacks as well. We're taking a look at the replay here on the chain of events. I think 60 minutes in. Ooh, boom, Sky Piercer procced.
Man, that's so much damage. The Sky Piercer procs at about 400 HP right there, so in the end, Erlan there's no chance he was gonna 1v2 that as well. Toy did a great job hiding back away from the initial engage. I believe Reggie was looking for him, understanding that he is the main threat in the late game. But RRQ found a way to give him the space to go for that Maniac and end the game.
He was 7-1-2 before he got that final kill onto Erlan on the Moskov, so that was already a lot of stacks. I mean, that's a lot of... Even if he wanted to 1v1 that, it would have been a little too difficult. Man, Kimmy is so nasty.
It's like a better Irithel, in a sense, no? Because you can Magic Ranger. It's like a magic... It's like a bit of a combination, because my point is, he doesn't have to stick around and have a basic attack animation. He just slides while spraying everyone down, and he has AoE, the same way that I guess the Granger, but also the Irithel has with the heavy crossbow, as the default, state, especially if it's like empowered, right? So,
yeah,
man, that's a disgusting amount of damage in the late game, because we saw the EXP laner Reggie just melted down immediately.
And it was so sad because in a lot of these skirmishes, Reggie was one of the main factors